Today is Thursday, February 27th, 2025. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for public hearings. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Frocht. Okay. Well, Representative Colby's not here. I had her down. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And before we begin today, I have a few morning announcements. So the committee has convened today at 9 a.m. for public hearings on 11 bills. After the public hearing scheduled at 1:10, the committee will break for lunch, and then public hearings will resume at 1 o'clock. In order to stay on schedule today, the chair will allow for up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers. And also up to 3 minutes will be given for in-person public testimony, with the additional time allowed for questions and answers if the speaker allows. And the vice chair will keep track of the time, and if time has expired, if we need to implement this based on the number of pink cards that we get, the vice chair will hold up a pink card indicating that your time is close to being expired, at which time we would like you to wrap up your testimony. If that happens and the speaker has additional testimony that they would like to share or additional information, please indicate that to the committee and then follow up with written communication via email to the committee. And additionally, if a speaker has written testimony, please let us know that and distribute it via Representative Walker today. And so all committee members can get your written testimony if you have that and have the proper number of copies. And additionally, for people providing in-person testimony, when you take the seat, please state for the record your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. And there's a little laminated checklist as a reminder at the table there. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 200, and you should also have an amendment to that bill, 2025-053H. We've got 3 speakers. If anyone else wants to speak, please fill out a pink card and give it to Representative Walker, and he'll send it down to the chair. The committee now calls Representative Diane Power. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 200 for your consideration. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County District 36. And I also serve as the chairman of the House Municipal and County Government Committee. House Bill 200 was filed upon the request of a number of our constituents across the state. New Hampshire law allows a political subdivision of the state whose legislative body raises and appropriates funds through an annual meeting to adopt a local tax cap. And this is under RSA 32:5-C. A 3/5 majority is required to adopt a local tax cap. Under current law, the legislative body can override a local tax cap by a simple majority. Therefore, a local tax cap is simply a maximum starting point for the tax effort which a governing body or an official budget committee can bring forward at an annual meeting for all warrant articles that have a tax impact. The tax effort is the total appropriations minus the total estimated revenues. In other words, under current RSA, a local tax cap simply limits the total proposed tax effort because the legislative body can override this by a simple majority vote. So this bill is very simple. It modifies the vote threshold from a simple majority to a 3/5 majority in order to override a tax cap. Since the purpose of a tax cap is to ensure fiscal responsibility and prudence in budgeting, it is reasonable that any proposed spending that causes the tax effort to exceed the tax cap should in fact have a higher standard to override than just a simple majority. Due to the fact that a tax cap is adopted by a 3/5 majority and also requiring a 3/5 majority to override it ensures that any spending that exceeds the tax cap is in fact supported by a supermajority of voters. We can all agree that increased local property taxes is a major concern for our constituents across the state. And our increasing taxes is due to increased both municipal and school spending at the local level. Therefore, since overriding a tax cap will increase the local tax effort, which of course results in increased local property taxes, it is reasonable to require a higher bar to override it. Additionally, I'd like to note that a higher bar of a 3/5 majority is required for bonds, notes, and multi-year lease agreements without an escape clause due to the extraordinary financial commitment that comes with these types of expenditures. To be clear, any increased spending that overrides a local tax cap is similar to such an extraordinary financial commitment for the taxpayers, and therefore the co-sponsors believe that this should also require a 3/5 majority vote. I'd also like to point out that the provisions of this bill in front of you are very similar to the provisions of 2021 Senate Bill 52, which is now law. This law requires a supermajority vote for city charter exclusions and ordinances that have the effect of a tax cap override. Since city tax caps have a supermajority override requirement, it only makes sense for towns, village, and school district tax caps to similarly also have a supermajority override requirement. Thus, this bill, House Bill 200, would align all other political subdivisions with cities regarding overriding a tax cap so that our laws are consistent across the state. Also, House Bill 200 outlines that when a proposed appropriation will exceed the tax cap, voting on the question shall be by ballot. And lastly, it's important to note that this bill in no way limits the legislative body's authority to either increase or decrease the amount of any single appropriation or the total amount of all appropriations. To conclude, I urge that the committee recommend House Bill 200 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Power. Any questions for the representative? Representative Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you just clarify the last section B where on line 20 down on the assigned portion, when it goes into the assigned portion of the adjusted SAU shall be assumed and raised as appropriate. Can you just explain that a bit further?
Thank you for the question. So in the amendment, that change, it simply eliminates a reference in the bill that was filed to 194C due to the fact that that's not the only way to have an SAU budget warrant article. School districts can optionally have an SAU budget warrant article. So that's why that was amended as such.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
I'd like to now call, Bodie DeShays from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are currently opposed to the bill as introduced. I haven't seen the amendment, so I can't speak to that, but I'll speak to the what is the current underlying bill. House Bill 200 requires a tax cap override by the legislative body to be done by ballot, even at traditional town meetings, and the balloting will be done by a secret yes or no ballot. It also mandates that SB2 municipalities and traditional town meetings must vote in a 3/5 majority to override the tax cap rather than the existing majority vote. The decision whether to appropriate more than the tax cap belongs to the voters, so this curbs existing voter authority and majority rule by requiring a higher threshold. There's a separate Senate bill I'd like to point out that allows municipalities to adopt a local option tax cap that would have a 3/5 option of overriding tax caps. This overrides, House Bill 200 would override the existing provisions for tax cap overrides in municipalities, which means the bill overrules the decisions made by the legislative bodies, the voters. Any municipality with an existing tax cap would automatically have to implement this new override provision with no revote requirement. Usually when you introduce, usually it's been historic in New Hampshire that when new provisions of law for whether tax cap overrides or other things that will impact the budget process, that you have some kind of voter adoption procedure, especially for tax caps. Notice most of our tax caps in RSA 32 have some kind of provision for voters to adopt the specific sections of it or to choose which tax cap that is best for their municipality. We believe that this would be detrimental to the voters and local control because of that reason, that by mandating one type of override in this specific set of statutes, that the voters have lost control over how exactly they want their budget process to operate. I also want to include that it includes the first year cost of unapproved bonded or multi-year warrant articles in the tax cap calculation under Roman 3 subsection A of the bill, which would be a change. And this also changes kind of the concept of what is proposed to the legislative body versus what the legislative body has approved. So currently, as was previously mentioned, the tax cap is essentially what the governing body, a limitation on what they propose to the legislative body. This would add a further restriction on the legislative body to determine how much it wants to raise and appropriate in taxes, either more, less, the same amount as a governing body. And we believe that the ultimate will of the voters should be left to the legislative body, and that majority rule should be what determines how much is raised and appropriated in municipalities' budgets. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. Any questions? Representative Dolan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a process question.
Yep.
If at the annual meeting, the voters are approving different changes, amendments or whatever. But individual amendments don't add enough to the budget to, to exceed the tax cap that they may have previously agreed on. At what point, and as the community is adding, it's the scenario I'm thinking of, is they're adding elements, pieces of the government expenditures, and then at some point, you might trigger exceeding the tax cap. Let's say there are 5 amendments, and it isn't until you get to the 5th amendment that all of a sudden you've just triggered the percentage maximum in the tax cap. How does that work? I mean, do you have to go back and negate every amendment that contributed to that excess amount of spending, or is it only the one that triggers the excess?
So at a traditional town meeting under current law, the voters so the governing body, they're the ones who are inhibited from proposing a budget that exceeds the tax cap calculation, depending on what parts of the state law you're operating under and what type of tax cap you've adopted. Their job, their responsibility, what they're bound by law to do if they've adopted tax cap provisions in their municipality, is to introduce a budget that meets the requirements of the tax cap in their municipality. The legislative body currently, it can decrease the budget by as much as it wants. It can increase the budget by as much as it wants. It's ultimately the will of the voters. And especially at a traditional town meeting, they can't leave until they've approved the budget. Now, at an SB2 town, there's a deliberative session, so the first session of the town meeting. And yes, they're allowed to amend the budget to surpass the amount of the tax cap, to decrease it. Ultimately, once the budget's with the legislative body, you just need a majority to pass the budget. In an SB2, after the deliberative session and the budget has been amended, it's presented to the voters, and the voters can say yes to that budget that was amended at the deliberative session, or no. And if they say no, there's the default budget calculations that's in state law and RSA 40, I want to say :13 or 14. So currently, it's the tax cap provisions are a requirement of the governing body representative, but not a requirement placed upon the legislative body, because they're the voters and ultimately the taxpayers who will have to determine how much they want to have raised and appropriated in their municipalities and how much taxes they want to pay or lack thereof.
Follow up, Representative Dolan?
Thank you. So at the town meeting, the members of the legislative body, the governing body, is present, and if are they limited under these provisions to make amendments to the budget to increase the budget? I mean, members of the governing body who are present, they can raise their hand and get the attention of the moderator and say, I want to amend the budget, increase it by X% or X amount of dollars. Are they limited by this at all, or are they just another member of the legislative body?
Are you saying specifically under this bill?
Yes.
So the way we understand this bill is they're not prohibited from amending the budget, but if they, as you mentioned, if they amend the budget and they surpass that tax cap threshold, in order to pass the budget requires a supermajority, 3/5. Currently, it's just a majority.
Any other questions? Representative Majority, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I may be asking the same question. It's not typical that the town meeting, deliberative session, I'm in an SB2 town, increases the budget by substantial amounts. It did happen this year in my town. There was a question about overtime. There was a heated debate about that, and the increase was significant. So to maybe piggyback on what Representative Dolan was saying, the increase in my town would have been 19% of that line, which if we had a tax cap and it pushed it over the tax cap, we would have needed 3/5 of the deliberative session, of the attendance of the deliberative session, to override the tax cap to approve that increase?
Not at the deliberative. You would need 3/5 at the second session, so to pass your budget. So at the deliberative, you could amend your budget, as Representative Dolan alluded to. You can amend your budget however you want, and the legislative body can still amend it to surpass the tax cap. But to pass your budget, you would need a supermajority. So at a traditional town meeting, you couldn't leave until you have either a supermajority of any budget proposed by the legislator, any budget amended by the legislative body that surpasses the tax cap amount, or a regular majority if it doesn't surpass the tax cap amount. And at SB2, you would amend it at deliberative, and if it surpassed the tax cap amount, the tax cap calculation, you would need 3/5 to pass the budget at the second session, or you would go into default.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I thought there was a 10%, you only can raise the budget by 10% at deliberative session. No?
That might be because your community has adopted a tax cap provision, and the provision is 10%. There is a percentage option of the tax caps. This would mandate one type of override process for all tax caps, but it wouldn't impact the locally adopted, whether it's a dollar figure tax cap or a percentage figure tax cap, or I believe now in state law, there's even tax caps where you can tie it to the CPI, the rate of inflation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. DeShays.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'd like to call Mr. Eric Power, please.
Thank you, members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. My name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, representing myself. Just a little bit of my background. I currently serve on the Brookline Planning Board. I'm in my 5th year. I serve as the president of an organization called the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. I previously served a 3-year term as a school board member on the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board. And we also have a local tax cap in Brookline School District right now. I'm speaking in support of this bill. And let me talk about a few reasons I think it's a good thing. So for local towns right now, the only tax cap you can adopt is under RSA 32.5B, and the adoption's under 32.5C. With the change in law last year, there are 3 methods within that you can choose. One's based on a fixed percentage, one's based on a fixed dollar amount, and one is based on an inflation-based index. You can choose anything from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or the Municipal Cost Index. And then it also adjusts based on change in population in the town, if it's a town tax cap, or attendance, ADMR, average daily membership and residence for school districts. So there's only really the one RSA that allows the local town tax caps. Right now, currently there's 6 towns and 2 school districts in New Hampshire that have adopted the local tax cap. And as was mentioned earlier, the local tax cap, to pass it, is not an easy thing to do. It requires a 3/5 majority vote at the district meeting. The thing that's disappointing with the tax cap is that even though a supermajority voted to have it, a simple majority can vote to override it. And that's the challenge, and that's what this attempts to fix. Because if you look at all of the tax caps that are available in cities, they all have a supermajority, either a 2/3 or a 3/5 supermajority override. So it makes a lot of sense to have that for the towns and school districts as well. There was a question about the 10% earlier. The 10% rule is actually not related to tax caps. It's independent of tax caps. It has to do with an official budget committee. So if you have an official budget committee in your town or school district, that would limit the amount that the legislative body can go up, and that's not part of the tax cap. It's separate if you have an official budget committee. If you don't have one, you don't have that limitation or that ceiling. I'd like to also mention that the legislature does change laws over time where the school districts and towns do not have to readopt the provisions when they change. And a prime example of that is our SB2 official ballot system of meeting. That was first done in 1995, I believe, and it's changed many times. And so over the years, towns and school districts that have adopted SB2, they keep they go with whatever the changes are that the legislature by yourselves as elected representative decide to change. There's no readoption needed. So that's not necessary. Also, we change the legislature changes things on tax credits and others that don't necessarily require readoption. So I'd like to mention, so the idea of the tax cap, I can answer more questions on this later, but when you have a tax cap in a traditional meeting, you have your prior years, MS 736, 737 for towns, and the MS 26 and 27 for school districts that tell you what the tax effort was from the previous year and what the tax effort's proposed for this year. So as you're going through your annual meeting when you're approaching that tax cap. And when the moderator and the clerk see that a proposed vote on an appropriation will exceed the tax cap, they will make that go by ballot, secret ballot, so that you can determine the 3/5 majority. So that's how that works in a traditional meeting. And in SB2 town, the deliberative and school district, the school district in the town, they put things on the warrant. So at a deliberative session, you're preparing things for the official balloting session that happens on election day. And so all of the 3/5 is determined by what passes and what doesn't based on the order of the warrant articles on the ballot. So it matters how the warrant articles are ordered for when the 3/5 kicks in, and then you just determine whether to apply the 3/5 or to apply the simple majority, depending whether you're over or under the tax cap on that particular warrant article. I'd like to also mention in the HB 200 amendment that under Section A, it talks about if your operating budget is the one that is going over the tax cap, that if you pass it by 3/5, whatever's proposed will be adopted. But if it passes with a simple majority, but not the 3/5 majority, the adopted budget will be truncated to whatever the tax cap max is. Same thing with the default budget. If the default budget in some towns is higher than the proposed budget, the default budget goes over and it doesn't get the 3/5, and it won't because you wouldn't be getting a default budget. You only get that if you get a lower than a simple majority. That would also be truncated. So the operating budget is going to be compliant with the tax cap. There's not a way around it. So that's what the purpose of this is, to really ensure that when you have spending that exceeds the tax cap, that it's agreeable to a supermajority of the voters and not just a simple majority. So for those reasons, I urge you to support this bill. Ought to pass with amendment, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Any questions for Mr. Power? Representative Glenn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the pieces in here on line 20, school district shall place the warrant article for the SAU budget at the beginning of the school district warrant immediately after warrant article proposed by bonds or notes. I'm kind of curious on what your opinion is, because if you do bonds and notes first, the tax impact is typically pretty high. And then you're going to put the SAU, so everything's going to probably fall outside a tax cap immediately. But I'm curious on what your opinion is on whether that would be affecting budgets or not.
Thank you for the question, Representative Grund. So when you're doing a bond or a note, you're doing an authorization to do a bond, but you're only appropriating the first year payment. So that if you had a bond of $2 million, you might have $200,000 first year payment, or you might even be smaller than that. And that would be the one that would be counted for the purposes of the tax cap, not the entire bond. For those who aren't aware, school districts can have optionally a warrant article for the SAU budget. There's some that do. If you have there's a difference between a single district SAU, which is an SAU that serves just one school district, and then there are SAUs that serve multiple school districts. And I am in a multi-district SAU in SAU 41. We have 3 school districts within the SAU. So currently, you can adopt a procedure under RSA 194C to have a ballot vote. It's enabling legislation. We actually have adopted that in our district. So we have a separate warrant article in every of the districts that to vote on that. And because of that nature of it, it needs to be first, because it's very unlikely that bonds and notes are going to exceed the tax cap if you're only looking at the appropriation for the first year, which is what the tax cap is looking at. That's what you list when you're doing a bond or a note. You list the tax impact for the first year on the MS forms.
Any other questions? Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you. So yes, the first year, right, it's the interest. The second year, if that bond passes, that payment's now in there, and that's where the impact hits. So you're going to hit that tax cap really fast. And I don't know, I'm concerned about the misleading nature of always making the bond first. Because typically school boards get to decide the placement and order of the warrant articles.
Thank you for the question. I think it was a question. Once the bond is passed, it is typically not a warrant article in following years. The bond payment becomes part of the operating budget, so that would be part of the operating budget warrant article. It's only the first year when the bond is proposed that it's actually a separate warrant article.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not a school board person, so this question may not even apply. But in a cooperative school district where you have a collective bargaining agreement, if one of those communities has a tax cap, we have 5 that are in our cooperative, if one of those school districts has a tax cap and the collective bargaining agreement would push that one school district over theirs, what's my question? Is there a problem? Could there be a problem if only one of those communities has the tax cap and then this pushes them over and they cannot override the tax cap and then the entire collective bargaining agreement would fail? Do you see where I'm going, even though I'm not really asking a question? Or is it not even appropriate?
Thank you, Representative Maggiore. I think I understand it. So tax caps are adopted by individual school districts. So if you had like the Exeter Cooperative or Regional School District, they could adopt a tax cap. In our town, we have the Brookline School District, which is K through 6, and then and that has a tax cap. And then we have a separate Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District, which is grades 7 to 12, that does not have the tax cap. They're 2 separate political entities. So what we have for the Brookline School District doesn't affect the co-op, vice versa. So they're done individually. So they're really independent. So if your larger district adopted the tax cap and the CBA went over, then that would be something that would need the override in order to support it. If that was the article that went over the tax cap. If it went before the operating budget, then if the operating budget went over, that would be where the 3/5 would kick in. Hopefully, when there's budgeting under a tax cap, the whole idea of a tax cap is so that you plan so that your budget doesn't go over the tax cap and you wouldn't even need the override mechanism. That's the whole idea, is people want the budgets to stay reasonable underneath the tax cap. That's why they passed them.
Representative Grund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I know a piece of where you might be going with this. So in cooperative school districts, so I'm Sohegan, I have Amherst and Mount Vernon. And if we had a tax cap, there's 2 different tax rates that get calculated for each town. So what is that? Let's say you have a 2% tax cap. 2% is different for Amherst than it is for Mount Vernon. You present one budget, but what happens when you exceed one? What happens if that's super, but do you see where I'm going? Like, you can really start affecting budgets with that tax cap and calculating the tax rate in each town. And where does your budget fall out potentially if it passes?
Thank you for the question. I believe it's SAU 39. So my understanding, SAU 39 has 3 school districts. It has the Mount Vernon School District, it has the Amherst School District, and it has the Sauhegan Cooperative School District. So each one of those is an independent entity with their own budget, their own governance, their own annual meeting, if they have SB2, their own ballot. And I think there is SB2 there, if I remember. So if Sauhegan decided to implement a tax cap, it would only limit the tax effort, and it could be overridden for the Sauhegan School District. And being a school board member from the cooperative, I'm very familiar with this, so you're looking at the tax effort for the whole Sauhegan School District, for example. So if you have a tax cap that keeps you to $12 million for a number, and you want to exceed that, the voters can do that. It's one single tax cap. But after the tax effort is determined and voted upon, whether it goes over the tax cap or not, that goes through the apportionment formula that you have in your articles of agreement for your cooperative school district. So it's the tax effort for the co-op is limited, but when you apportion it to, I think, Amherst and Mount Vernon, the tax effort might be higher for Mount Vernon than it might be, but the net effort for the whole school district in a co-op would be limited by the tax cap, and that was where you'd have to have the override. So in a school district, it's possible that you could obey the tax cap, and some would still be above the tax effort they get apportioned is higher. That's just the way cooperative school districts work, and there are problems with cooperative school districts. That's a whole nother issue. But it's really the conglomerate of the whole budget for the co-op that's considered for the tax effort. The apportionment happens after the fact based on the apportionment formula that's in the Articles of Agreement.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Power? Seeing none, thank you for coming in, Mr. Power.
Thank you.
Also, Mr. Power is our last speaker. Is there anyone else who wants to talk to the committee or give testimony concerning HB 200? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And I'm going to open a hearing for HB 374, which is relative to clarifying reference under local tax cap and budget laws. On the blue sheet, we have one person that is for HB 200. Representative Power, you'd like to introduce HB 374 to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 374. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. This bill is a housekeeping bill to make corrections and clarifications in 2024 Senate Bill 383, which was signed into law last year. So some issues were identified as towns and school districts began applying the new local tax cap and the new school district budget cap during this 2025 annual meeting season. The goal of House Bill 374 is to ensure that all towns and school districts have a clear understanding of how the local tax cap and the school district budget cap are proposed, adopted, and then how they function. To briefly summarize current RSA, the local tax cap law, which is under 32:5B and 32:5-C, that was updated to add a new method for annually computing the tax cap, which is based on an inflation index and the change in the populace, which for school districts would be the change in the number of students, and for towns, it is the change in the town's population. The school district budget cap law, RSA 32:5-E and RSA 32:5-F, is brand new. The budget cap is based on an adopted cost per student. Each year, the budget cap is computed as the current cost per student times the number of students. Annually, the current cost per student is updated based on inflation. So as you see, there is an amendment to House Bill 374, and you should have that at your desk areas, and that's 2025-0572H. So I will briefly, at a high level, go over what that's all about. So first, this amendment corrects the references between paragraphs within these RSAs, because that didn't happen in Senate Bill 383. This amendment also adds and corrects important references to other RSAs, including those for population and average daily membership in residence, ADMR. The amendment adds missing statutory warrant article language for certain cases. The amendment clarifies that an existing tax cap can be modified by adopting a new tax cap, and the same applies also for a budget cap. And also, this amendment changes the date that the annual inflation index is used from January 1st to October 1st, so that inflation index change is available for the budgeting process, which occurs typically starting in August, fall. So an additional handout, I prepared a side-by-side, and it's pretty comprehensive. It's a table that compares, like I said, side-by-side, current law and what the amendment is doing. So yeah, the amendment replaces the bill that was filed, because as we went on, there were issues that arose that made sense to put in to this bill in an amendment. So as you can see, I have current law, the amendment, and also the last column on the right is comments which describe what the amendment does over the current law. So to conclude, I urge that the committee recommend House Bill 374, a housekeeping bill, to pass with amendment. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to go over any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Power? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker will be Mr. Eric Power.
Thank you, committee members. Good morning. My name is Eric Power. I am from Brookline, and I'm in support of this bill. HB 374 is a really important bill to clarify the local tax cap law and the new school district budget cap law. These were new bills, a new law last year that took effect October 1st based on Senate Bill 383. And the school district budget cap and the local tax cap have both been very utilized this budget season. It's going on now. There's been many proposals for local tax caps and school district budget caps across the state. And as these are being used, there's questions about some of the references, some of the RSA references. And so the purpose of this bill is to try to get the legislature to clarify the bill so that everybody has a common understanding of what the local tax cap does, how it works, and how's it adopted, and how's it's applied. And similarly to the school district budget cap, the same challenge. Notably, there's on row 10 of this table that was handed out, there was missing statutory language that's being used that's being used, but it's not in the law, and that's important to add. There are also better references to what the ADMR is. It actually references RSA 19838, so that people know where to look for that. It also clarifies how under the school district budget cap, how the current per pupil cost works. Some have interpreted it to be the one reported by the Department of Education, and this clarifies that it's not. It's the one that's defined here in the law, and it does a few other important things. One of the major things that came up with the school district budget cap is there in the budget season, the inflation index was tied to how it had changed as of January 1st. Turned out that was not the best date for that. To make it October 1st made a lot more sense, because then you have the number by about mid-October in order to plan your budgeting in compliance with the new inflation-based local tax cap or the school district budget cap. So moving that to October 1st makes sense. October 1st is also the date where the average daily membership in school districts is reported. So it makes it more practical. It makes it easier for people to work. There's at least one school district, Kearsarge, I believe, that actually has a charter, and they had their deliberative session like on the 3rd of January. So they didn't really have the number. They haven't adopted the school district budget cap, but if they were to, it would be challenging. They would have to figure that out. So moving it back to October 1st helps everyone and makes things work very well. I think these two bills, this bill that updates the local tax cap law and the school district budget cap law, are very helpful for New Hampshire cities, towns and school districts and village districts, because I think it helps the voters put in some guardrails for spending. And I think there's a concern across the state about the increased spending in both municipalities and school districts. And this is a good fiscal tool to help guide school boards, select boards, and budget committees to more sustainable budgets. And we also do not want to create litigation among among governing bodies and voters because of the law not being clear. And that's the whole purpose of this, is to avoid that, so that it's very clear to everyone what the intent of the law is and how it works. So for those reasons, I recommend OTP-A on House Bill 374, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Any questions, Mr. Powers? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Okay, that was the last card that I had for speakers. Does anyone else want to give testimony before the committee on HB 374? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Our next hearing will be at 10:20, and that'll be HB 138 local. 10:20, and I'm going to call the committee to order, and we're going to take testimony on HB 138. Okay, our first speaker will be Representative Power, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 138 Local. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. Under current law, enabling statute allows that the legislative body of a town or a school district may vote to require that a tax impact statement is included on every warrant article. The tax impact statement is determined by the governing body, and this is under RSA 32 budget preparation. And the notation under current law need only state that tax impact for the upcoming fiscal year only. While this is sufficient information for most warrant articles with 1-year expenditures, in the case of warrant articles with multi-year expenditures, the required information is incomplete. Moreover, in the case of warrant articles for bonds showing only the first year cost is especially incomplete, since the first year costs and tax impacts are often quite small. First year bond costs are typically partial year interest only payments, and sometimes the first year costs are zero, since payments may not start until the second year. For example, a recent school district bond warrant article listed a tax impact of 5 cents per thousand, and the taxpayers voted upon that warrant article and that associated tax impact information, only to be surprised at a much higher cost for bond payments in subsequent years. So the solution is House Bill 138, which addresses this deficiency by simply requiring notations stating the estimated tax impact for any special warrant article with a multi-year tax impact, or a warrant article that contains a lease agreement with without a non-appropriation clause for the first 5 years, or for each year if the tax impact is less than 5 years. So by including this information, full disclosure and transparency is enhanced and available to the voters so that they can make a fully informed decision on their vote. And this also affords the voters information about both the near-term as well as the long-term tax impacts of the warrant articles that they're voting on. So for these reasons, I urge the committee to recommend House Bill 138 ought to pass. That concludes my bill introduction, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Majority, please.
I thought Dale was going to go. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm trying to figure out how the community is going to be able to assess the tax impact in year 2, 3, 4, or 5 when they don't know anything about revenues or the impacts of a revaluation, which would have to happen every 5 years. So how could there be accuracy, even though you say estimate, how could there be any transparency to the community about what the impact will be?
Thank you for the question, Representative. As I said, it is an estimate based on the information that they do have. And I think that I think that the information that can be provided and printed on the warrant is far superior. Knowing that it is an estimate, it's far superior than no information at all. So I personally don't see a problem with that because it is an estimate. And there are, while it is not, specific and locked in stone, there is information that is available that can guide. Like the example that I gave, the 5 cents per thousand in the first year, and then the 31 cents. I mean, that's a huge, huge jump. And, the voters did not have that information. And there is information that's available that can serve to inform what the tax impact may be moving forward. But to be clear, when you have a warrant at any annual meeting, you're voting on the information at that time. So that's what you're voting on, like I said, at that annual meeting. So like the information that I'm asking that this bill provide is, future information to help to inform the bigger picture. But again, to reiterate, you're voting on the information for that year, and that is information that is known.
Thank you. Representative Grindon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I do have a concern about a similar thing. So the expense side, the cost side of the next 5 years can be estimated with pretty close to factual information. Like on a bond, we would know it's an estimate still, because the bond, we don't know the actual cost until the bonds are actually sold after the voters approve the bond anyway. But we can at least estimate those expenses better than a tax rate, which would include revenues, changes in town valuations, ADMR, those sorts, unassigned fund balance that may be returned to the taxpayer can influence tax rates up and down. Would you be opposed to an amending this that would put the expense amount versus the tax rate amount?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. So as we know that when a bill is introduced, it belongs to the committee, and I'm certainly open to discussions with regards to amendments to make the bill more satisfactory to the committee. And I would also note that there's a bill that's going to be heard after this, which does have an amendment that you might want to take a look at. But then I would also just simply reiterate my response to Representative Majori in that, the information that you're voting on the warrant at that time is for that year. And I feel that we do have sufficient information. And then in subsequent, well, it depends on the item. It would become part of the operating budget. But again, some information is better than no information.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Why just special warrant articles? Why not all warrant articles? Because some towns will have a water, a sewer bill that goes under the warrant, and they don't have the impact statement at all of what the percentage of rate increase over year. They just put down, this is what we're looking for. And why not do the same thing with all warrant articles? Why just pick special ones like what you have?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I missed a detail, but I'll give, you might need to ask a follow-up question. So a special warrant article, there are 5 types. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. And so I didn't memorize these yet, but it is a warrant article that's submitted by petition, or a warrant article that calls for an appropriation of an amount to be raised by the issuance of a bond or a note. It would also is a special warrant article calls for an appropriation to or from a separate fund created pursuant to statute, including but not limited to a capital reserve fund or under RSA 35 or a trust fund. And also a special warrant article is designated in the warrant by the governing body as special or as a non-lapsing or non-transferable appropriation. And then finally, a special warrant article calls for an appropriation of an amount for a capital project. under statute. So I'm not, I missed the detail as to what type of a warrant article you were specifying in your question, and I wonder if that would fall under what I just described.
A follow-up?
Go ahead.
I have a warrant article here. Shall the town of Winchester raise and appropriate in operating budget not to include appropriations by special warrant articles, X amount of dollars? I'm just curious whether that would be, have that type of wording that you're, for this, your 138, whether or not that should be on there also.
So the question is, would an operating budget have that?
Right, this is
Tax.
for, be able to have an impact statement on that, what the percentage of increase of what it's going to cost us.
So in the current statute, as you can see on the bill, it says any town may vote to require that the annual budget would, then that would be the operating budget and all special warrant articles.
So that, okay, so this, excuse me,
Shall have a tax impact.
Do you have another follow-up?
I do, but I don't know what the question is. Yeah, this is all a little confusing.
Okay,
And-
we'll move on and give you some time to think it over. Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Isn't this information available to the public during the regular budget process? I mean, I understand, I'm trying to understand the real value of putting it actually on the article. Is that because you feel that the whoever is voting doesn't pay attention until they come to the polls? Or what is the reason from adding this in addition to the information that's available to the voter during the regular budget process?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So for those towns or school districts that this information is provided during any budgeting process or at any annual meeting, you're very lucky. That's fantastic. I've lived in my town for 31 years, and sadly, over those decades, the amount of information that is shared with the voters at any of these hearings, public meetings, annual meetings is less and less every year. So this is a matter of transparency and full disclosure, and unfortunately, it's something that is not being done across the state, and it's important, and it's a simple requirement. So as I said, governing bodies currently may optionally provide this information, and if they do, again, fantastic. That's great. Those towns or school districts are very fortunate to have that. But also law provides that a legislative body may vote to require this type of tax impact information to be printed on the warrant. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Representative Davis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you just stated that in your town, there's less and less information every year, and hence the need for this. This committee has traditionally avoided supporting bills that are the problem of one town or a couple of towns, because they will end up being a mandate statewide in those towns and cities that are not transgressing in the way that you are saying. So can you tell me if you have any specific data on how many towns and cities are not providing sufficient information, such as what would be required in this bill?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. And I absolutely do agree that making laws for just one data point is not what we should be doing. So I gave that as an example because I live you know, that's my lived experience. And I shared that as an example as to why this bill is needed. This is my third term as a state rep, and I network and interact with state representatives from across the state. And I constantly and repeatedly have conversations where people complain about this very issue. And I did not keep a log of those communications, nor did I ask OLS Research to research this sort of thing. But to be clear, we already have this provision in law, so it's not something totally brand new. It's simply saying that for towns or school districts that have voted to do this, to provide tax impacts, that the information shall not, the current law only has like for that year. All I'm asking is if the tax impact is up to 5 years, that information be included. So it's not, this is not anything that's new. This is adding on and making more complete the information that is already enabled to be provided in statute.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Brody DeShays of the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak again today. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 138 as currently written. House Bill 138 mandates a change in voter-adopted estimated tax impact notations on warrant articles and overrides the legislative body's previous votes. It requires that special warrant articles with multi-year tax impacts or lease agreements note the tax impact for up to 5 years. Obviously, if the agreement is shorter than 5 years, then it wouldn't list longer than 5 years. Sorry, it wouldn't list longer than the duration of the agreement. Estimated tax impacts can't be always done accurately for multiple years because of tax rate changes due to updated assessed property values and changes in unreserved fund balances that will decrease the tax rates. Some of you asked some questions and kind of stole my testimony from me in asking those things, but that really does impact your tax rate. So when you're trying to create a multi-year, 5-year notation, it doesn't show an accuracy in what the tax rate might be, especially if you do an entire reassessment of your community. Additionally, bond rates can change over a multi-year period, which could increase or decrease a special warrant article's cost per year. So not only do the rates change even after you've approved the bond, the warrant article to go out for bond, you may refinance, and also the amount of years that you go out to finance, that can also impact the interest rates too. Tax rate impacts give an imperfect picture of a warrant article's total cost and only consider the information collected before the warrant article's approval. So without that additional context after, when the municipality goes out, whether it's for a bond or when they negotiate the lease, the rate and the cost to the taxpayers can change. You still may not know the expense amount because you won't know the terms of the bond, like the interest rate and the principal. The principal can change. You can go out to bond for up to the amount that the voters approve, but oftentimes municipalities, they may get grants to decrease the amount of the bond, especially for a large infrastructure project, or they may find someone who is a better bidder to do the project. They also, leases are fixed so that we can, we can agree that, a fixed lease, if you do like a 10-year lease on, let's say, a piece of fire equipment, that's going to be a fixed cost. That's not going to change. So in that respect, at least you know what the fixed cost is. But again, after reassessments over that period, and you'd be mandated to do at least 2 in your municipality. Most do it more frequently, though. The tax rate's going to change again on how much you're paying for that lease. And we believe that this is probably best as a local option where the legislative body can require this additional information. So the concept of legislative bodies requiring the governing body to provide multi-year tax impacts is not something we're opposed to. It's about ultimately it should be up to the legislative body to decide. So we believe that this bill would be better done as enabling legislation, and for the voters to deliberate and decide whether or not to adopt this, whether or not this information is more accurate and helps them make a more informed choice in the voting booth or at town meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. DeShays? Representative Davis.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. This bill does say, or actually current law states, a town may vote. So how is it not already enabling?
If you go to section 2, it says, as amended by section 1 of this act, shall apply to any town or district that has adopted the requirement to include a notation stating the estimated tax impact of the annual budget and special warrant articles, and shall not require local amendment or readoption by the town or district. Right now, it's only 1 year. This would mandate that every municipality that does the estimated tax impact for the first year, that they have to do it for 5 years. We think that it should be enabling legislation that if you're going to require a longer duration of the tax impact, that the legislative body should have to approve it.
Follow.
Go ahead, Representative.
So is what you're saying that the legislative body should have to approve it every year?
Not every year. It probably would be done in the same way that it would be done in the same, probably in a very similar fashion as to the current. So the legislative body can currently approve a warrant article that requires the governing body to include on the warrant the tax impact. Currently, they can only, the legislative body can only require the governing body to do it for 1 year. Some municipalities do it for multi-years, even though the governing body isn't required by the legislative body to do it. This bill would mandate that without going back to the legislative body, you'd have to provide 5 years without having to go back to the legislative body and see if that's actually something that the governing body that they want them to do.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if this bill were enabling, NHMA might support, but it doesn't change the concerns that you can't estimate year 2, 3, 4, and 5 accurately. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct.
Thank
you. There wouldn't be those tax rates, especially as you get farther away from the first year tax rate impact, would, depending on the case and depending on what the type of warrant article, special warrant article is, would become possibly less accurate. But again, if it was enabling legislation, the legislative body wanted to require this of governing bodies, we would not be opposed to the bill.
Representative Grund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would the NHMA have an opinion if it clarified it was the expense, not the tax rate that was listed?
As it's currently written, because of the mandate where the legislative body isn't the one, making the ultimate decision of whether or not it should be a multi-year, expense provided on the warrant article, we would stay opposed. Ultimately, it should be the legislative body that determines whether or not they want to require the governing body to provide any additional information, or if they don't want additional information.
Any other questions for Mr. DeShays? Seeing none, thank you for coming in, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Eric Power, please.
Thank you, committee members. For the record, my name's Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, representing myself in favor of this bill, HB 138, local. I think this is a really important bill for transparency across the state. The bill basically lets people know when they're voting on a multi-year expenditure how much it's going to cost them in the second, third, and beyond years, and having that tax notation to give them an idea. There are some towns and school districts that do this voluntarily, but there is many that like to hide the information and they resist it. until the voters make them do it, and that's what this enabling legislation does. So that when the voters pass this, and I've written 2 petition warrant articles that were passed on the first try to do this in a school district and in our town, people overwhelmingly says, why wouldn't we want to know how much things cost? And the subjects come up at the meeting, why can't we know how much it's going to cost in the following years? And I says, well, the legislature is not giving us the ability to request that. The only thing that's been allowed is for the first year. So this would make that available. I would find it very difficult to think that voters would say, I only want to know the first year and I really don't care about out years. I don't think a voter is going to think that. I think the voters that vote for this want as much information as they can on tax impact. And I do agree, it's an estimate. It's an estimate for the first year, and it's an estimate for outgoing years. But when you're making that estimate, you have to make the estimate based on the current circumstances that you have. You have to just go with your current property valuation and assessment and the best estimate you have on bond rates if it's a bond, or lease rates if it's a lease, and give people an idea. And it is an estimate. It's really a qualitative estimate, so that people know if something's 5 cents the first year and then it goes up to 31 cents per thousand the second year, it is a big difference. Will it be 28 cents? Will it be 35 cents? No one's going to go back and figure that out, but they want to know the rough order of magnitude of how much things are going to cost so they can make a decision. If you have SB2, official balloting, there are a number of voters that don't go to the deliberative session. And so the only information they have is what's on the ballot. And by including the information with the warrant article, it does go on the ballot and helps inform those voters. Unfortunately, not everybody's engaged, as most people are in this room. But people can use that information to make decisions. I also served in 2020. We were considering adopting an official budget committee, and the town voted to have what they called a BudCom study committee, 5-person committee. I was the chair of that. And as a part of that, we looked at peer towns and peer school districts to Brookline across the state. There was 21 peer towns and 20 school districts. And so we looked at a lot of the issues related to a budget committee, but a lot of it involved looking at warrants and budgets and such across these towns. And about half of them, when we were looking at them, they didn't have tax impacts. So people, at least on their warrant, they didn't have it. So we would have to have gone maybe looking at a budget hearing to try to find that information. But just, and going through it, it's definitely, there are some that are definitely doing it, but there's almost an equal number that aren't doing it for whatever reason. I don't know if they passed this enabling legislation or if it was voluntary, but I just saw that as part of the study when I was doing that. I think it's important that this is an important bill to help make people understand what they're signing up for with the best information that you have. It's an estimate, and I think it goes to helping taxpayers make an intelligent decision on the commitment they're making, especially with bonds. We had a warrant article last year where the tax impact was 0. Which raised suspicion. Well, how can we have an impact of 0 if you're getting a bond? Well, there's no cost the first year because the payments were all deferred. That's kind of suspicious. The one that's even more suspicious is the one that's very small because of the interest-only payments, and that makes people think that you're not spending a lot of money. And people don't translate, very well. Most people aren't savvy enough fiscally to know if I vote for something for $300,000, what's it going to do to my tax rate? But people do understand if I pass this, it's going to cost me 25 cents per thousand on my taxes. They'll be able to figure out, wow, I have a $600,000 house. This is going to cost me $150. And maybe I vote for it, maybe I don't. So for those reasons, I recommend passage and OTP on House Bill 138, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you just cited a specific number, 25 cents per thousand or something like that. And yet earlier in your testimony, you said you could only estimate. So which is it? What should voters believe if they're such low information as you claim? how do public officials arrive at this estimate?
Thank you for the question. So the estimate is based on the tax effort that this warrant article will create. And that gets divided over the valuation in the town, and that's where they come up with the estimate. And it's up to the governing body to approve that estimate. You know, some estimates could be better than others, but at least it's something than nothing. And so people want to know that. And when you have a budget committee, they can actually do that number and give it to the school board or the select board, and that's usually pretty accurate.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying, sir. Our last speaker is Mr. Joe Torelli. I hope I pronounced your name right, sir. Torelli, okay.
Good morning, committee, and thank you for hearing these bills. My name is Joe Torelli. I live in Hampton. We've been here 4 years, almost 5 years, and I learned the warrant article process after missing the first one, but the second one I tried to learn everything. And I've been pretty vocal in Hampton at select board meetings and at deliberative sessions about transparency, clarity, and helping the person that's walking in on a Tuesday with 13 pages to go through with a basic number of, for instance, 20 cents per $1,000 or 0.02, or is it 0.02 cents per $1,000. I am in support of this bill. I feel that when we walk in and we see these, and it's an ongoing process, to have the first payment is going to be this much, and having at least some sort of an idea of what we're getting into before we get into it, it's going to help. Now, last year, of course, we had the revaluation that affected everything, and now we've got a whole bunch of things that are coming up this year. But I'm absolutely in favor of this because I think it provides a level of clarity to the voter that may not be the one that is walking in with a calculator to figure out how much this is going to cost them. When I see the tax impact statements, which you'll hear about in the next bill, when you see that it's going to cost 24 cents for your budget next year, it doesn't say 24 cents more per thousand. It just says 24 cents. So that's another issue that I have. But I'm open to any questions that you may have and happy to help.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Torelli. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Okay, that's the last individual to testify on concerning HB 138. So if we have nothing further, I'll close the hearing on HB 138. A report on the blue sheet, we had 2 in support of the bill.
So at this time, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 284, requiring tax impact statements on municipal warrant articles. First up, we have the prime sponsor, Representative J.D. Bernardi, who is here to introduce the bill to us. Welcome, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee. Again, for the record, my name is J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham 36, Hampton Falls, Kensington, Southampton, Newton, and Plastow. I'm here to introduce HB 284, which deals with, I guess, what your favorite subject, municipal budgets. You should have 3 pieces of paper associated with this. One is the original bill. One is an amendment to that bill, and one is a revised financial statement. So let me start with the fiscal note. The new fiscal note basically says what OLS put on the original bill was wrong. There is no fiscal impact. So that takes care of that money issue. Turn to the bill itself. We're looking at RSA 32.5, Roman 5 B, Roman 5A, and the first part of the bill is basically saying that when municipalities evaluate whether they're going to put this information on the ballot, it gives them the option to do that. This bill is about transparency. There should be no option to put this information on. We're asking in this bill to require you to tell your constituents, your people that are showing up at that election, what the votes were of the various committees that put forward the various warrant articles or whatever is on the ballot. So this is a change from may to shall make information available. The rest of 284 is Roman 5BB, the amendment 0571H. This does a couple of things that were on the originally filed bill and adds some additional information. First, the cost of each warrant article that is on the ballot must be expressed. So article by article by article. You have 13 pages, or you have 2 pages, or you have 17 pages. Each article has to have a estimated cost made available to the voter. What's been added in the amendment is the cost of 5-year appropriations must also be expressed. And again, these are estimates. This doesn't mean that you have to have it exactly right, but you have got to use a good faith effort to express to the voters what you expect those costs to be. If you're going through revaluation in your community 3 years from now, okay, your estimate may be a little off, but you're using your best faith effort to give the voter a real and true estimate of what you expect those costs to be for the next 5 years. If you have a cost item, buying a new fire truck or whatever, that you're financing 5 years or more. And the next addition in the amendment deals with, if you're in multi-district towns, you have to then express what those costs also are going to be, your proportion of that. The next part of the bill deals with the total cost of all the warrant articles that are on the ballot. So if you voted yes for all of them, what would that net cost of saying yes to everything be? And that must be expressed as an estimated cost. And finally, again, if you're in multi-district towns, those costs must be appropriately advised over that 5-year period. So with that, I will entertain any questions from the committee.
Thank you for that bill introduction. Questions for the representative? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm going off the amendment in line 14, and it says, if this warrant article passes, there will be an estimated tax impact. And my question is to testimony that we've heard on related bills. If we say there will, do you anticipate that the public will expect that that's what the tax rate will be? And the second part of that is, could you amend this to say the estimated tax impact will be instead? Does that make some sense?
That's a semantical question. I would have no problem if you wanted to, as a committee, amend that, say the estimated cost would be. If you're going to take the time to make that amendment, then I would also suggest you say the estimated increase in your current tax would be, and make it clear that it is above and beyond what has been sort of the default from the last year.
Representative Majori, I'm a little confused. So you're saying line 14, you wanted that word estimated to be inserted?
No, what I was asking is, based on the testimony that we've heard in today, the word will that is in there, does the sponsor, I was asking if the sponsor felt that the public might expect that the word will intimates that whatever the number is, that's what the number will be, and they won't assume and they won't further read to estimate. Will estimate, I think it should be omitted. I was just asking if he thought it should be omitted.
Thank you for that clarification for me. Further questions? Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. To go back to the previous question I had on the previous bill, why are we holding public hearings before the warrant article or the articles are acted on, and giving out to the town all the information that you are wanting to be put on the warrant article? Isn't that kind of, is there any reason why we have to put this information on a warrant article where it's available to the public prior to the acting on that warrant article, some other place?
Firstly, I would say not everyone shows up to your SB2 deliberative sessions. Oftentimes people can't spend the time to do that. So this information is a very succinct summary. It's essentially one sentence that gives people clarity of what the cost impact of a specific article is. This is not a tremendous burden for any town to add to their warrant article. This is an issue of transparency. I am a representative from 5 towns, and I participate broadly in the Rockingham County various committees. This is an issue that has come to me as a transparency problem that many individuals say, we need more information. And, I couldn't go to that deliberative session. My daughter has field hockey that night or whatever it is. I couldn't go, but this information is going to be very helpful to me. A very simple, short, one-line statement on each warrant article, one capping article at the end. It's very easy. It makes a clean statement, and it addresses the concern that you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Previous to the previous article, my concern about this, and I'll get to my question. It's an estimate. right? When we estimate tax rate, it's
It has
based
to be an
on-
estimate.
Right, so the prior warrant article, I had mentioned of potentially wanting to amend it to talk about the cost, because the cost is a fact-based piece that we can put in there. What is your thoughts on that piece of putting the estimated cost for 5 years? When you go 5 years out, you have estimated revenues, estimated unassigned fund balance. Some special warrant articles use money raised from new taxes. 1 year, they might raise taxes the next year. It can, when you go to estimate a tax rate, there's a lot of variables in there. So I'm curious as what your thoughts are on all of that.
So cost is also a potential operative clause. However, I would say that you're suffering from potentially some of the same problems if you're estimating a cost. The warrant articles are being put together in November through January to get ready for deliberative sessions in February. You may not have all the bids. You may not have the understanding of what grants are going to be available. You may not have all the information. So your net cost is also subject to an estimate, if you will. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. This proposal basically targets taking that cost, which is an estimate, and converting it into what it means for you as a mill rate for your warrant articles.
Representative Davis, did you have a question?
I did. If you'll bear with me, Representative, it will be an ill-formed question.
Do you want Representative Frock to go first while you?
No.
Okay.
No. And I realize that the fiscal note was updated and that the fiscal note that we received first is no longer valid, but I'm just curious about the methodology in the original fiscal note. Are there any implications that not following the precepts of this bill would result in criminal charges? I mean, I don't understand why that was in the original fiscal note.
Well, neither did I, which is why I asked, can you look at this? And it was revised.
Further questions? Representative Frock is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Hopefully this will be a simple question. Going back to the original bill, line 3 says, shall vote to require. Is the intent of this legislation to hold a vote, which could be voted up or down, or is the intent to require that the information be published?
The entire purpose of the bill is to ensure that the information is published. And when these various committees that are coming up with their budget information hold their votes, the objective here is to say, all right, the budget committee voted 2-1 in favor of this. So you know whether this was a unanimous or a majority or whatever. So you know how the various committees making these assessments came out and what those votes were, and it is then published.
Follow up?
Yes.
Um,
All right. I just need to say one thing, is that we do have an amendment in front of us, and so the amendment
Yeah.
supersedes the bill as
Yeah.
filed. So we should really be looking at the amendment language and not refer, well,
is
so
the-
I
isn't
just,
the
all right,
amendment-
let me,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking as I'm saying what I'm saying. So I guess we have two things to consider because the amendment may not be accepted. So we do need to look at both parts. I apologize. Yes, you may ask a follow-up question.
I withdraw the question.
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking another question. In the amended language, on lines 18 through 20, I'll speak bluntly, but I don't mean to be flip about this. Why does Northampton care what the impact is going to be to Seabrook? And I'm trying to figure out, why is that important to have all of the towns listed there, and how can that information also be accurate?
So Northampton, okay, so we're talking about the SAU for Winnicott, and in your example, okay, that would be the example. So Northampton is looking at, all right, what are we paying for Winnicott School versus Hampton Falls versus Seabrook versus what does Southampton also contribute? Voters may be concerned that their particular interests are not in harmony, or they're being potentially hurt or at a differential rate than what's happening in the other community. So it's just good information to have, to see what, how you are being treated with respect to everyone else who is participating in paying for that common resource.
I might add that in multi-town school districts, for example, co-ops, the apportionment is different. So when the voters are voting on that warrant article, they need to have that information, because each time. I'm just providing some clarifying information. Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Actually, it's not a question. Sorry. I'll clarify about multi-district, how it's done.
You sure you don't want to ask a question?
I know it's more based on what you guys were talking about than a question so.
Further questions? Seeing none. Did I see your hand go up out of the corner of my eye? No. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, committee. I urge you to vote for this resolution for transparency for our public.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Joe Torelli. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you again. My name is Joe Torelli from Hampton, New Hampshire, and I would like to amplify what Representative Bernardi was saying about transparency and being able to provide enough information for the voters walking into, for instance, a 13-page ballot with a short amount of time available to vote. One of the things that I have to say is in my quest for this transparency and getting warrant articles passed last year, for instance, 2-to-1 margin, I had this in here. Shall the town of Hampton provide taxpayers a more relevant cost estimate for proposed spending warrant articles? This fiscal impact modification simplifies awareness of the expected costs for the taxpayer associated with each spending article and provides the calculation for not only cost per $1,000 property valuation, but also $400,000 valuation. So this is not what this bill is about, but we passed that 2-to-1 margin because we calculated with friends and neighbors that 400 is a great number because it's easy to go to 600, it's easy to go to 800, it's easy to go to 200 for your different house. So in the draft this year, I went to the budget committee meeting, and in the draft of all the warrant articles, the select board chose to ignore the vote of the people, and they simplified it. and it says the estimated tax impact in 2025 is 2 cents. Where's the rest of the sentence? 2 cents per what? Well, you're supposed to know that that's per thousand. Excuse me? Oh, well, we created a calculator for you and we put it online so that you could put it in and you can put in your new revaluation into that. Well, that's not good. So I mentioned that at the public comment. I reminded the budget committee and all the select board that were in the audience what was voted on last year and passed, and it was still ignored, and we walked into deliberative, it was still ignored. So in advance of that, I printed up amendments to each of the spending articles, printed, ready to go, signed, with what the words should be. We spent an hour, maybe an hour and a half, on the very first one for them to adopt what it was that I suggested. The $1,000 is a great starting point. I think a $400,000 would be excellent, but I also would like to change the word impact. Tax impact. Why isn't it tax increase? It should say tax increase. And I don't know if we can do amendments with this body. I'm not sure. But I proposed reducing the proposed budget by $2 million. In our warrant articles, it's 24 cents. It's only the budget's going to cost 24 cents. It doesn't say 24 cents more per thousand. It just said 24 cents. When I presented my number of reducing by 2 million, it actually showed a negative number for the first time on the projection screen at a warrant article at a deliberative session. It showed this would decrease your tax impact by 8 cents per thousand. Oh my gosh, that's $32 for a $400,000 house. So I vote in support. I suggest that you OTP this bill because it really gives the people walking into the booth help in being able to calculate it. But can you imagine seeing a negative number and it'll say tax decrease or tax increase? I think tax impact is too generic and soft. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Torelli? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Brody DeShays. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 284 as it's currently written. House Bill 284 mandates that the legislature, well, I have to speak to the bill as introduced to the committee. None of these amendments that have been discussed today are public, so apologies if there are amendments that you're currently reviewing and considering. House Bill 284, as it was introduced, mandates that the legislative body votes to require governing bodies to add their numerically tallied recommendations with each warrant article. So this would be a mandate to the legislative body that they shall vote to do this. It's an unorthodox way of mandating a limitation on local control to mandate a vote of the legislative body, but you know, that's a concern of ours. Where what if the legislative body doesn't vote as instructed in the bill? Removes the language from RSA that permits the governing body to, if it wants, provide these tallies, even if the legislative body doesn't require these numerically tallied recommendations to accompany each warrant article, which then gets into the ambiguities of what happens if the legislative body decides that it's not going to vote in accordance with the state mandate. It also mandates how the tax impact is written, utilizing the tax impact as a dollar amount per $1,000 of assessed property value, which is pretty standard in most municipalities. That's typically how they do it. The mandated tax impact language is somewhat confusing, though, because, for example, what goes in the blank on line 18, if the following blank passes. I mean, our assumption is it should say if the following warrant article passes. You know, and we're unsure why you wouldn't indicate that, why you would give the municipalities, you know, municipalities would probably be confused. What are we supposed to put there other than warrant articles? I think logically it proceeds you should put warrant articles, but if there's some kind of intent that some other language should go there or options of language, the legislature should be a little bit more explicit. It also mandates, this bill would mandate a tax impact summary at the end of the warrant article that reflects the tax rate impact should every warrant article pass. It allows the tax impact summary to be approved by the governing body, which we generally support that, at least having the governing body have some ability to use its discretion to determine these tax impacts with its administrators. The only thing I'll point out is that, voters will vote down warrant articles, and so it might not reflect the actual tax rate impact should warrant articles fail. I know in some communities, warrant articles are often well supported, the ones that are presented by the governing body, but in some municipalities, that's not always the case. Warrant articles are regularly defeated just because the voters don't want to spend, or they feel as if the municipality can wait to spend on a specific item. Nothing prevents municipalities from doing a summary statement in the town warrant or other public place. For example, in the municipality where I reside, during the budget presentation, not just at the 2 hearings for the budget, but also at deliberative, it's shown to us what exactly the operating budget tax rate impact will be, and then the total impact of all the warrant articles. And that is often placed on communities' websites. Voters often will, request that these things be done, and municipalities are flexible and support the transparency to let voters know, this is how it'll impact your taxes. Not all tax impacts create an increase in tax impact. So the notations, for example, oftentimes governing bodies will want to include the tax rate impact to show that a specific warrant article won't have an impact. In the interest of creating clarity and transparency and ensuring that the voters understand that maybe the specific warrant article won't create any additional cost in their tax bills. So those are some of our concerns and some of our points of hopefully clarity that we'd like to raise and provide. And I'll answer any questions should it be helpful.
Questions for Mr. Deshays? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. Would have been more appropriate to ask the sponsor, and I apologize, but I'll ask you, Mr. DeShanes, maybe you don't have the amendment in front of you, so I'll read what it says between lines 22 and 25. If the town has adopted use of the ballot, well, I'll summarize. The total tax impact summary shall also be included on the official ballot before the first warrant article question. Is that legal? Do you know if that would pass DRA scrutiny?
So before the first warrant article question.
Before the first warrant article question.
To
The
my
total tax, excuse me, my question is, what this says is the total tax impact if all warrant articles pass shall be included as a statement before the first warrant article question. Do you know if that would pass DRA scrutiny?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask DRA. What I can share is that there's already requirements in state law that bonded articles in the operating budget are the beginning of the warrant, especially in traditional town meeting towns. And in SB2, they're the first moneyed warrant articles, and then you have to have the zoning ordinance changes presented by the planning board in an SB2 town. So I guess an SB2 would be a strange place to put it ahead of all of the zoning ordinance changes, and in traditional town meeting, it would go before the bonded and the operating budget, which in state law are required to be, top of the warrant. So I guess it wouldn't be strange. I just wouldn't know how that language may conflict with the existing legislative language, and I think that'd be a great question for the committee to send to DRA and to ask if they have recommended language.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. For the record, my name is Eric Power from Brookline, representing myself and in favor of this bill and the amendment. In section 1 of the bill, it talks about requiring the numeric tally of votes in the warrant article, and I think that's a great thing. Right now, it's sort of optional. I guess the town can vote to do that, but if the town doesn't vote to do that, it's really at the will of the governing body. And if they're at opposition to their finance committee, if it's advisory or a budget committee, they may just put their recommendation on there and leave off the budget committee or finance committee's recommendation. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. So this would prevent that. It's full disclosure on how these committees voted. So I think that's a really good update to the RSAs. I'd also mention that, the long budget process, there is public hearings required. And then if you have SB2, you have a deliberative session and a balloting session. And a traditional meeting, you just have the traditional meeting. The public hearings are good. They're hard to get to. I've been to some. I missed some because I'm traveling. But they don't always talk about tax impact. They talk about numbers. They talk about costs. And they don't always have the tax impact. And sometimes you have to get that later when you actually see the ballot. So the best practice of showing tax impact doesn't always happen. But if this bill was to become law, you would actually see it when you got to your deliberative session or your traditional meeting, because you would see it in the warrant ahead of the meeting. So I think that's also really important. And also that, each of the articles, it's important that you see the individual impact, because in a macro view, you might not know exactly what your tax rate is, but individually voting for something, generally how much will it cost you to go up or down? It is still an estimate because there could be revenues that defray it, but at least you have an upper bound on what it would cost when you're voting for it. I think it's a really good bill in the amendment section 2, which talks about requiring the tax impact to be on the warrant and also on the ballot. I think that's really important for voters. They will find that information enlightening when they're actually voting. And I also mentioned on lines 18 to 20 of the amendment that in a multi-town district, not everybody uses SB2. And so having it on the warrant is important because you only have one warrant. So if you're at a cooperative district with a traditional meeting, each town wants to know how much it's going to cost based on the apportionment formula. So I think it's important there. Whether it's on the ballot in an SB2 multi-town district, I still think it's valuable to see how much it's impacting your neighbors who are in the co-op. Maybe you might not like how much less they're paying than you. Maybe you're happy you're paying less than someone else. There's nothing wrong with people knowing that information. It's not going to take up that much room. But I think, for people to have the full disclosure and being mandatory, I think is a very good thing across the state for voters, because I think it will, people looking at a town warrant may make a decision to even go to the meeting based on what they see on the warrant. And obviously in an SB2 town, when they're voting on the ballot, they will have that information right in front of them. So I think this is a really good bill. I think having the information in dollars per thousand is a good one, because I think that's a common ground. There's different ways that when people do pass the tax impact, how they express it, and prescribing it in this uniform way, I think is a very good common denominator for people to understand. And for those reasons, I hope that you pass House Bill 284 with amendment, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Power? Seeing none, thank you. That was my last pink card, so at this time I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to the bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Okay. Seeing none, we will report out the blue sheet. Who's doing that? Who's doing the blue sheet? I think John's. John, you are? Are you doing the blue sheet?
I can do whatever you want to do.
You do it.
Okay, on today's blue sheet, HB 284, we have one person in support.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 284 FN is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 495 FN, requiring cities and towns to provide a breakdown of tax changes and information on bills sent to residents. I do not see the prime sponsor, so I would ask Representative Murphy if you would be so kind as to introduce this bill to the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Dennis Murphy. I represent the town of Winchester, Cheshire 11. This bill requiring cities and towns to provide a breakdown of tax changes and information on bills sent to residents and all the different taxes that they incur.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. You're all set. Next, the chair calls Mr. Josh Arend. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Is it on? There we go. Sorry. My name is Josh Arend. I work for Avatar Associates. We represent our software is in use by about 160 municipalities throughout the state. I was asked to be here by the representative from the Tax Collectors Association just to, I don't speak personally in favor or against the bill. It's just seeking some more clarification, I guess, on some of the language in the bill. Particularly, I think that the concern was the statement in the bill that the financial impact would be less than $10,000, I think. I guess that depends somewhat on some of the language in the bill and how it's interpreted. Particularly the clause about the bill shall include, the bill shall also include a notation stating the tax calculation. If we're talking about just including an amount there, it seems like the issue is comparing previous years to the current year. If we're just talking about including an amount like the millage from last year versus this year, that's a reasonably straightforward change. If by including the actual tax calculation where we have to do out all the math, I have sample tax bills here if anybody wishes to see them, but it does become an issue of space, and some of that information may not be available at the time of printing the tax bill. So it would require significant software changes that, most of our towns, we provide support under annual contracts. There are occasionally things that are so significant that we do have to invoice them separately. It's difficult to know how significant an impact that would be just based on the language of stating the tax calculation is what I see in the draft. Similarly, the effective year-over-year rate change, it again has to do with how that needs to be represented on the tax bill. If it's just we show your county rate is $1.22 this year, and last year it was $1.11. If that satisfies the requirement, that's reasonably straightforward. If we need to go in and calculate everybody's nominal amount for this is what they paid last year in a total county, you paid $207 and you paid $214 to the county, that becomes a more significant change and obviously more expensive. I think those are the two primary concerns. I imagine they're fairly easily addressed if we're just showing what was the tax rate last year and what was the tax rate this year on that millage, or even as a percentage increase or decrease in theory. But the idea that the bill would show the full calculation, actually do the math for people, would represent a significant change. I think that addresses our main concerns, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to testify before us. Unfortunately, the sponsor and the 4 co-sponsors failed to show up, which puts the committee at a severe disadvantage of understanding the bill, understanding the genesis behind it, and giving us an ability to interact with and question the bill. So
Sure.
I'm very happy that you're here. And unfortunately, the concern for this bill obviously is not shared by the sponsors and co-sponsor.
What was there a question in there, or no? Okay.
Well, the question is, do you know how the sponsors or co-sponsors feel about this bill, since we can't question them?
I don't,
Okay.
sir. I was forwarded an email a couple of days ago for a listserv and asked if this would have any significant impacts on software support.
Okay.
So that's
All right. We're,
all I know.
thank you. Representative Walker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You spoke to your software avatar system.
Yeah.
Space is limited on bills that go out to the public. And I do know Vision, and you got Patriot, you got Universe. Those are the older ones that don't have any flexibility at all. And adding this would be a great deal expense to the communities. And sometimes, in addition, if some of these tax rates that don't, like, for instance, in Rochester last year, we didn't get our tax bills out till late December. So you're not going to have some of this. So is that going to be a problem with getting the tax bill, with the information on the tax bill?
I'm not sure the timing of it matters. The tax bills can't really go out until the rates are set. So at the time the tax bills are printed, we would know those rates, whether it's, not till the end of December or in November or whatever. But it's the space issue is just how much information we need to put on there. Again, the concern would be that we have to either, and it's also a calculation issue, that if we need to follow through the distinct amounts of everybody's individual bill, the components of the county, the state, the local ed, all those all the way through the system, that at least in our case, would require some significant changes and costs, which we would then be looking to pass on to municipalities.
As well with the other older systems.
Presumably. I can't speak for them, but I would imagine they would have similar concerns. Sorry, one other thing that your question reminded me of, that I mentioned about 160 municipalities use the software. Some significant portion of those actually send a file that our system exports out to a third-party printing service, which they can then stuff and print and get a little cheaper postage rate, stuff like that. So beyond the cost just to us and or our municipalities, there would be some add-on costs, possibly. They could be nominal, they could be expensive, I don't know, for those third-party print and mail services that each town that sends those out would have to revisit with them and say, now the bill that we've been printing based on the information we send you for the last 10 years, we got to go through and redo that process and proof and change those templates. So that could be another cost that these towns might experience, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
The last pink card that I have, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name's Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, representing myself, and I'm in favor of House Bill 495. I think this is a good bill. There may be a couple of things I wanted to talk about with this bill. I think having the breakdown is important. But I think I'd suggest a couple of things that you maybe you'd want to do to provide transparency. And if you feel that this bill is too hard to put on the tax bill, one thing that could be done alternatively is maybe make this available on each town's municipal website if you feel like you don't want to put it on the bill, because I think that would also be a place where people could do it, and maybe they just get a link on their bill to more details so they could actually type it in and see it. That would be another way to do it if it's going to be too much to actually put it on the bill. But I would recommend on the bill where it talks about it doesn't talk about village districts there. It says the rate on line 4, it says the rate for municipal. I would add comma village district by each district. If you have more than one village district, it would be nice to know how much each would be. For local education, there are some towns that have multiple school districts, and it's always nice to know how much is going to each. So local education by school district, state education by school district. Again, if you have multiple districts, there's multiple taxes going for each one. And then also in the numbers, 2, 3, and 5 below, just say individually for each school district or individually for each village district. I think it's important because I know people, like in my town, we have 2 school districts. Some people want to know how much are we spending for the Brookline School District versus how much are we spending for a co-op. And it's not published on our website. It's not published on our bill. You have to call the SAU up, and hopefully they like you enough to actually give you that information. And then they can tell you what the breakdown is between your 2 school districts for both your local education taxes and your state education taxes. Somebody knows it. It's just not being published. It's not out there, and that's not very helpful sometimes. So I would recommend either passing this bill with the amendments I talked about, putting it on the tax bill, or taking this bill and changing it into one where they have to disclose this information publicly on their website and maybe post it in a public place. I think that would go a long way for people to understand where their taxes are going and how much it's costing them, especially by breaking it down by individual village districts and individual school districts. And for that, I would recommend OTPA on House Bill 495, and I would take any questions.
Questions? Representative Davis.
Do we have an amendment?
Are you asking the speaker or me?
Well, yes, you just said OTPA.
You do not have an amendment. I'm just suggesting things that you might want to consider when the committee looks at it, and things that I thought were things that could be, make it better.
Representative Davis?
Follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my follow-up. But the prime sponsor is not here. So it would be inappropriate for us to, well, we can't ask him if he would be amenable to an amendment because he's not here.
Thank you, Representative. I believe once the bill is in committee, the committee owns the bill and they can do with what they feel they need to. And this being a snowy day on a vacation week, I think there's a little bit of an extenuating circumstance, but that's just my perspective. Thank you.
Further questions? And seeing none, thank you. Blue sheet. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I received a pink card just recently. So the last pink card that I have is from Mr. Brody DeShays. Welcome back to municipal and county government. It was in my hand. I just had in my head that was the last speaker.
That's
I apologize.
Okay. I think that's been the general operating today. I nearly forgot to put in my pink card, though I thought I already did. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 495 as it's been currently introduced. So tax bills go out quarterly or biannually, And the tax rate fluctuates throughout the year based on the amount of revenue approved and necessary to be raised to meet the expenses and expenditures, and also the amount of unassigned fund balance might be utilized to buy down the tax rate, depending on whether or not your municipality is allowed to carry over unassigned fund balance. And I do want to point out that the tax rate changes from your first bill to your second bill, and again impacted by how much of your unassigned fund balance may buy down your tax rate. And this, you don't know this amount of money until you're finished with your audit. Most municipalities do their audit during the summer months. This matters because it shows kind of an imperfect picture of how spending is increasing or decreasing year over year, looking at these different rates at the different times. It doesn't consider also reassessments that will decrease the tax rate, and property taxpayers may be led to believe that their tax bill will be less. As much as many of us in this room may understand how assessments are done, how the money is raised, how that impacts the rates, how the total spending impacts your rate, how reevaluations, there's a requirement that as your property values go up, that the rate needs to proportionally decrease. Many of our taxpayers are not as well versed in the understanding of how DRA sets the rates and how really it's spending that impacts your overall tax bill, not always your tax rate. Tax collectors and assessors would also need to update their software to abide by this mandate, and we're uncertain if the software providers can make these updates. You just heard from Avatar previously. It's uncertain whether or not them or there are other software providers would actually be able to update their software in an affordable way for municipalities to be able to implement this mandate. Updating and changing the software also cost municipalities. Depending on the size of the municipality, it could be pretty expensive. Smaller ones, it could be less expensive. The bill is also kind of unclear about where this information would go on the tax bill. And tax bills are already getting quite busy, and some municipalities also will include other information in there that they include when they send out the tax bills as an increase of transparency in the municipality. We think adding more mandated information, especially information that may not paint the most perfect picture of how people's tax bills are going to be impacted, it might just create more confusion. Additionally, and we appreciate hearing the previous testimony point out that the term precinct is that's not really anywhere in our state statutes. We think the intent was village district, although as pointed out, the sponsors aren't here to clarify the intent. And town, it would probably be better to be said municipal, because our assumption is, and again, we can't clarify the intent because the sponsors aren't here, but municipal would be better because that would also include cities. With that, I'll take any questions should the committee have any, and I appreciate you guys taking my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I had one quick question. I noticed that there's a fiscal note and that the New Hampshire Municipal Association was contacted by the LBA, and so they determined that the fiscal impact would be less than $10,000. That's per municipality. And do you have any more detailed information? That obviously that's an estimate.
I'll double check, but I don't think we were contacted for a fiscal note, and there's been a couple of bills where that's happened, where it's been indicated we were, or they used a tax impact from a previous bill that was similar, and so we, and at least they've noted on some of those tax impacts where it's been like similar bills that it was a fiscal note from us for maybe like 2021, for example, was one bill that I saw. So I can follow up and see if our person who does the fiscal notes, Marty Carlin, he was with the retirement system, if he did. But, I think when I last spoke to him about this, it was not of his knowledge that we were contacted. And maybe we were, and it went to spam or something. And so we can provide clarity.
Okay. So from I was more interested in the 10,000, that number. It's saying that the fiscal impact of less than 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty vague fiscal note because it's not saying who's going to be impacted by $10,000. My knowledge is there could be municipalities that would be impacted by more than that. And I'm also unsure why they're using the years 2025 through 2028. I'm wondering if it's similar to Representative Bernardi's bill, where this is not the fiscal note that should be accompanying this bill.
Yeah, those were the things I was wondering about. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the vice chairman will report out the blue sheet.
On HB 495, we have one signature in support.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 495 FN. So at this time, the committee will take lunch and we will come back at 1 o'clock to continue public hearings. Is everybody ready? Good afternoon. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 613 relative to enabling local political subdivisions to vote and set a reduced default budget option. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Harvey Bolia, to introduce the bill to the committee. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's great to be here. Thanks very much for hearing this. My name is Juliet Harvey Bolia, and I'm represent Belknap District 3. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 613 relative to setting reduced default budget options. And this bill enables local political subdivisions that have adopted the official ballot referendum form of meeting to adopt provisions for an annual choice for a reduced default budget. The reason for the bill is to give towns more options as far as control over their school budgets and because that's been an issue statewide. And so we're looking at this as one more sort of financial tool in the toolkit for providing more control over spending. And there'll be others after me that have a little more information and can speak to the bill probably a little bit better than I. So with that, I'm going to leave it at that. You all probably want to get home on this snowy day. So
Thank you,
And-
Representative. Are you willing to take
I
questions?
can
or-
try to,
Okay.
yes.
Are there questions for Representative Harvey Bolia? Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in here, the third option is you would reduce the default budget by a percentage. So what happens if a default budget that's reduced by a percentage doesn't allow, let's say, a school district to meet some obligations? What happens?
Yes, I'm going to leave that question. I'm going to, for others behind me that are kind of more aware of that, sort of the details pertaining to that.
Further questions?
I'm going to,
Seeing none, thank you.
thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you in Municipal and County Government Committee. My name is Eric Power. I am from the town of Brookline, representing myself in favor of this bill. I previously served as a school board member in the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District for 3 years, and I've been active in town meetings and in school district meetings. I'm also the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. So this bill is providing another option for those towns and school districts that have adopted the SB2 form of meeting to, every year you have a operating budget warrant article, which has a proposed budget and then a default budget. And what's been happening in a lot of towns and school districts across the state is that those budgets are almost the same. It's almost everything makes it in the default budget. And the difference between the default budget and the operating budget is very small. And sometimes even the default budget might be larger because of the way the law works. And I know there's other bills coming up later today to talk about the default budget. But this bill here is enabling legislation that is adopted by a 3/5 vote of the school district or the town, whichever political subdivision wants it. And what it does is it provides an annual choice for a reduced default budget should the proposed budget fail. So when you adopt this legislation, you choose a percentage between 1 and 10%, and you adopt that percent. So let's say you picked 5%. And if the 3/5 of the voters vote for that, then you have this option each year. So each year, what goes on the SB2 ballot is the proposed operating budget as one warrant article and one question, which is in the bill on lines 8 to 11. And then you have a second one immediately afterwards, which says if the proposed operating budget fails, you have an option to accept the default budget if you vote yes, or if you vote no, then you get the default budget reduced by the 5%, the number that was picked when it was adopted. And each year, that's a question the voters can decide for themselves on the ballot. So from year to year, they'll have, if they've adopted it at 5%, they would get that 5% reduction option each year. So the provision can be rescinded as well. If you do not like how it's working for your town or school district, you can rescind it with a 3/5 vote as well. It can be put on the warrant by the governing body or by petition. And there's some hearing requirements that you normally have with tax caps and other types of things. And there's statutory language for adopting it. To answer the question about what happens if you've adopted this and if you have defeated the proposed budget and then you get to the default budget and that fails, and then you get the example, the reduced default budget of 5%, that will be the operating budget for that year. And now somebody's going to maybe say, well, we can't meet our commitments. So meeting your commitments, I think you have to look at your town or your school district and determine what's really needed and what you absolutely can't go without. And in that case, if it gets to that point where you really can't cut anything that you don't think you can petition Superior Court for a special meeting to appropriate funds if it really comes to that option. So that would be the path if you can't live within the reduced default budget that the voters give you. It's not any different than smaller budgets today. In a traditional meeting, in a traditional meeting in Croydon, there was a budget that was chopped by about 55%, and they were going to have to live with that. They ended up holding a second meeting with a more than 50% turnout and changed that outcome. But if they hadn't done that, they may have had to go petition for a special meeting in order to get the money they needed minimally, and the court would decide. But that's how that would work. But this really, what's the purpose here is to allow the school districts and the towns to provide themselves another option when they have a tough year and they can't afford more property taxes. This gives another option besides just accepting the default budget. They will then have another option to get a slightly lower budget, and the most that can be reduced by is 10% by the way the language is right now. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony. I recommend passage of HB 613. I hope you recommend it ought to pass, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to look left, right, and then left again. Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my question. So my previous question was about if you can't meet your legal obligations. And the reason I bring that up is I am part of a school district, $21 million budget. We typically have $200,000-$300,000 left at the end of the year at most. Take off 5% off of our budget, we would now not be able to meet our legal obligations. That is my concern. And I would say, if you look at many schools, they're trying to keep things as slim as possible. They're not trying to overextend. And so my question goes to, why would we do a percentage when people have the opportunity to show up at deliberative sessions, if you're an SB2 town, to change things at that point? Making 3, is that confusing to people?
Thank you for the question. I don't think it's a confusing question. I think it will cause school districts to have a more prudent budget that people can live with when they're proposing it and when they're negotiating it at a deliberative session. I think that in the case of a small reduction, you may have to cut some amount of services. It may mean you have to reduce staffing of some level. You might have to reduce a program. But, there's a balancing act between, what the taxpayers can afford and what the school district thinks it has to do and what has to be offered. So it's a tough call, and there's a lot of opinions on that. So this is just another option for, instead of just accepting the default, which also seems to increase every year, it gives another path to getting to a more prudent budget. And it's something that each district and town can decide for themselves if it makes sense under SB2.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the last pink card that I have is Mr. Brody DeShays. Good afternoon and welcome back to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are currently, as it's drafted, we are opposed to House Bill 613. Let me get my notes here. So House Bill 613 allows the adoption of an alternative reduced budget that only adjusts by a percentage of spending rather than using the current calculations. The current calculations, and I won't read the whole section, but they're spelled out in RSA 40:13, Roman 9, subsection B, titled Default Budget, and explains the exact calculation process for default budgets. Current law accounts for increased contractual costs the municipality must raise revenues for and pay. This to make sure that all their contractors, the CBAs that they have to pay those employees for, all those contractual obligations can be fulfilled. This is because obviously in SB2 towns, you can't stay for the entire town meeting until you pass a budget, and the voters don't deliberate throughout the entire time at the second session. They go and they vote. And so if they vote down a budget, you need to make sure that there is some workable budget for municipalities or school districts to have where they can fulfill all their financial obligations. We do want to flag that the percentage that could be inserted, if a municipality were to adopt this, it could be very arbitrary and become a significant impediment to promoting to effective and well-functioning municipal government. I mean, if all of a sudden you say, well, the default budget now is a reduction from the previous year of 10%, it would be extremely difficult for many municipalities to continue operating and to fulfill all their financial obligations. You would see a cut in services. You would see a decrease in how effective they're able to serve their constituents. And without this limitation, that could have, significant negative impacts, not just on the municipalities, but on the residents of those municipalities. And this is also part of the reason why the default calculations exist, is to ensure when voters are against increased spending, that the municipality can meet its obligations and doesn't have to necessarily cut services significantly. There is a calculation that everyone kind of can generally agree upon that is, can be workable for municipalities, even if they go into default budget for multiple years. While that might have a compounding effect, our opinion would be that this arbitrary percentage would further that compounding effect in a much more dramatic way if municipalities were to go into multiple default budgets. This process could also become complicated for voters because of the contingencies that must happen. I mean, you have to vote first against your budget, and then you'd have to vote to, or at least our knowledge, to support the reduced default budget. So now you're kind of trying to vote down two different budgets. And our opinion would be that that's a pretty steep learning curve for the average voters. I mean, SB2 itself, for many voters, was a learning curve. To add a whole new way that we're going to be calculating default budgets, that could be troubling. Additionally, I want to point out that in RSA 40:14-B, titled Default Budget Determined by the Budget Committee, this statute already provides for an existing local option for voters to allow the Budget Committee to propose alternative default budgets. So there actually is a process in state law where the governing body can present a budget to the legislative body and say, hey, we didn't agree with the select board. If you have a statutory budget committee, we think that the default budget should actually be this year. And it's the legislative body that ultimately would approve and allow for the governing body to have that power. We also want to point out that the adoption threshold is also not in line with the existing tax cap law. It would move a lot of these things to a supermajority, at least in our reading, which is a little bit concerning too. So, we think if a majority of the legislative body decides it's going to appropriate, money for specific purposes or approve a budget, that the majority should rule. And with that, I will take any questions, and I thank you for taking my testimony this afternoon.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. Mr. Shanes, in your reading of the bill, is there anything that prevents this from happening year over year?
Do you mean by voters approving a reduced default budget, an alternative default budget?
Correct.
No, there's nothing to prevent that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the Vice Chairman McDonald will report the blue sheet.
Thank you. We have one signed up in favor and one opposed.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 613. Our next public hearing is scheduled to begin at 1:45, so that looks like we have about 20 minutes to wait. The time is now 1:45 p.m. and the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 475 local relative to the reductions from the default budget for official ballot town meetings. At this time, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Dunn, to introduce the bill to the committee. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, committee members, and guests. I'm Representative Ron Dunn from Londonderry. I'm here today to sponsor this bill that would change the way we calculate the default budget here in New Hampshire. A default budget, in simple terms, is based on the previous year's operating budget with adjustments for default, contracts, and other obligations. The default budget has been the topic of discussion in many towns for years. No one seems to like it, but no one seems to know a better way. This bill takes issue of using on-field employee positions to fund other areas of the budget that would eliminate this practice. When I first told fellow representatives, fellow town councilors, fellow town staff, and residents that I was going to be submitting this bill this legislative session, they all thought I was crazy. Everyone wants changes, but no one knows where to start. You'll get a lot of pushback. Are you ready for this fight? Do you want to open this can of worms? Well, here I am to fight this, to fix this broken budgeting system. An example of the issues this bill will fix is using on-field positions to fund other areas of the budget. Departments will not hire on-field positions so they can use this money to pay for other areas of the budget that may be underfunded or overspent. This practice needs to end. If the position is needed, it should be filled. If it is not, it should be eliminated. When the residents go to the polls to vote, they are voting on what they believe is in the budget. They are not saying that department heads, this gives you a slush fund that allows you to overspend certain categories. This also allows the town to spend on other things that are not in the budget. This practice can lead to inefficiency and wasteful spending. It also leads to lack of trust and transparency in government. The fixes I'm proposing in this legislation will not solve all the problems with the default budget system, but they are moves in the right direction. The default budget is complicated, it needs to be fixed and reworked. This is one step in the right direction to fix a broken budgeting system. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this committee and the time this afternoon. There are several speakers behind me with much more experience and knowledge than me on the default budgeting system, and I will take any questions, but I would defer to them if there's anything specific.
Thank you, Representative Dunn. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. The police and fire in my town are both created by statute. The number of positions is created by statute. Like many other towns, it's hard to fill those positions. Would this bill contemplate that the unfilled positions that we created by statute, then we could not default those salaries for those positions?
Thank you for the question. That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. John Farrell. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. My name is John Farrell. I am a 15-year town councilor from the town of Londonderry and have sat as 10 years as the chairman of the town council. To help me a little bit with how I'm going to structure my testimony, would it be okay if I asked the committee a question?
No, you could ask a hypothetical question just to state it, but we can't answer that.
So thank you. So there is one member, Representative Dolan, sat on the council with me for a number of years and everything. So I know he's very familiar with developing default budgets. What I'm looking for is so that I can structure my presentation correctly are there many other representatives who have actually developed default budgets? And I know you don't want to answer me, but I just want to be able to set that as a premise.
Mr. Farrell, I would recommend that you assume that the answer is no.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, over a period of years, when we changed over to a default budget, what we have found is that the original writers of this, I believe, looked at it and said that this is a great idea and that it should be some sort of a tax cap and that this will control spending, which has happened is exactly the opposite. So what's happened is that what we see is that things that have become antiquated as far as spending. Let's think about things like postage, telephone, different things, stationery. All these items stay the same over years and years and years because the people who are putting these default budgets together are saying, okay, we're going to continue carrying the same costs over and over and over again so that we meet the default line. What's happening is that those items are all now what we would say, out of whack or not in line. So what's happening throughout the budgets here in Londonderry and what we're seeing when we talk to other people around the state is that we're leaving ourselves short from the standpoint of having 68 sworn officers. We're only hiring 63, so we can use that money to meet our bottom line budget. What we're seeing is that the medical costs have risen from $23,000 for a family plan in 2010 to $44,000 for a family plan today, is we're seeing that we're moving money around for the wrong reasons. What we're looking to do is accomplish what I would call SB3. There really needs to be a better form of budgeting. There really needs to be an entire overhaul of the legislation. The legislation intent was a good one, but it has failed now over time. So what we're looking for is that take that first initial step here with you. Take that first step to start saying, let's start peeling back, the onion and saying, what pieces can we look at first? Since there has not been an appetite for tearing apart the entire bill. So what we would like to see from the standpoint of those of us who support this is let's get a lot smarter about our money. What's happening across the state is that we're hearing costs are exponentially going up everywhere. What used to cost us, for a police officer at $60,000 is now $150,000 for a police officer. What we need as an aging state is we need to be able to bring on more fire personnel, more medical personnel so that we can take care of the people who are in our state and see to it that they are cared for in the right way. Yet we can't hire fast enough to be able to meet those needs because we're strung by these default budgets. The voters, of course, determine whether we'll go over default or not. We can certainly present budgets that go over default. What I'd really like to see is to go back to running this more like a business versus working inside, legislation that is just antiquated at this point. I mean, something that was approved in 1996. I mean, here we are, folks, 30 some odd years later. It's time to start updating this, start bringing it up to what the standards of today versus, what we saw in 1996. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Questions for Mr. Farrell? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilor Farrell, for being here. Could you describe for the committee the relationship between Department of Revenue and calculating the default budget and how that works?
So the Department of Revenue, as you all know, sets the tax rate. We don't know what the tax rate's going to be until we submit our budgets to the Department of Revenue and we submit all of our assessing data to the Department of Revenue. So from the standpoint of where we find out where we're actually going to have a rate for the actual homeowners or for the commercial properties is unknown to us until we do that piece. Was that what you're looking for?
Further questions? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Counselor, for taking the question. So similar to what I posed to the sponsor, the number of employees for our fire and police department is set by the ordinance that we created in the town. So we try to fill that. And I heard you say that in your town, or Londonderry is a town or a city?
It's a town.
Town, thank you. You have 68
sworn police
68
officers.
Sworn, but you're only able to staff 63?
At this point, we're only staffing 63. It's not that we're not getting applicants. We're actually lucky. We're getting applicants. And we're trying to get to 68, but what's happening is that we're running out of money. So, and we're because we're a bottom line budget, what's happening is that money is being used for other things that the police department needs, such as whether it be weapons, ammunition, training. Training is a big issue around all of the departments. You set a default budget on training and it never goes up. That's because it's just a piece of the legislation that doesn't work. Thank you for the question. Did that answer? Yeah.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Attorney Christina. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Chairwoman Power. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Bear Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 474. In anticipation, I pulled up a website called edjobsnh.com. It's a listing of positions open within a school district. There are over 900 positions currently open in school districts right now. School districts have staff turnover all the time. Paraprofessionals, school nurses, bus drivers, teachers. I could read some of the job listings, but to limit the default budget to not include these positions when school districts have staff turnover all the time would be impracticable. The other aspect that I'm not certain with the bill, it says position line 8, position turnover which occur before the public hearing for the proposed budget. What is the start date? Is the start date July 1 of the new fiscal year for the school board? Or for the school district? I don't think that's necessarily clear. And I guess my other question is, what if the position becomes vacant in the prior fiscal year, but yet the new hire is not made until the new fiscal year? So for example, somebody hands in their letter of resignation effective June 1st of any given school year, and then they don't get a chance to hire that person until perhaps August. How does that factor into your default budget? They're planning on filling the position, but it takes time to send out the advertisement, get it posted, do interviewing, hire people, so on and so forth. So again, my simple testimony is that position turnover which occurs before the public hearing for the proposed budget is not workable for school districts. We have people coming and going in school districts all the time. Teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, school nurses. I could go on, but I won't. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions? I see Representative Dolan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying and taking my question. Not to nitpick, but you mentioned that you're not in favor of House Bill 474. This is testimony for House Bill 475.
475. My apologies, sir. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Sean, is it Faber? Faber. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. There we go. All right, good afternoon. I'm also a town councilor in Londonderry. As Councilor Farrell well outlined, SB2 has its issues. I'm happy to see that this committee saw many reforms on municipal government throughout today. Reading through the bills, there was a lot of great bills that came through. I'm not going to go and repeat some of the same things that he said, but when it comes down to it in the opposition to this, we have to go to what is the definition of default. So yes, we can have extenuating circumstances where someone resigns right before the end of the year or other things, but we really are trying to get something where we are proposing a true default. Sometimes going through the budget process, some of our constituents are pretty angry with what goes into a default budget because they feel it's not a true default budget. It's not what it's meant to be. So when we look at this, I would like to get it down to what something is. When we have open positions, and we hear frequently in meetings how many open positions we have, how come they're still counted? And this would be something that would help us address, so we are being up and on the honest. And as a Dillon Rules state, we can't do that ourselves. We have to come here and ask for help. And that's why I'm here today, to help speak up and get something so we can provide better service for the people of Londonderry.
Are you open to taking questions? Questions for Mr. Faber? Representative Majori has a question.
Do you just automatically look right at me? Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking my question. And I'm sorry to keep harping on this. I just want to be clear that I understand the perspective. And I'll use your town. If you have 63 positions, 63 sworn available, but only 68 sworn available, but 63 filled, are you suggesting that you would not default the salaries of the 5 open positions?
So it would be something where I think we need to be able to clearly state how that works. So I think the simplicity of this bill would not do that. And I'm happy that it will be something that's a little more clear cut. And we could have went through multiple changes to reform. Default has countless issues. This is where something where we're trying to take the first step down that road to getting this fixed. It's a very complicated problem.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the last pink card that I have, the chair now recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. For the record, I'm Eric Power from Brookline, representing myself in favor of this bill. And in our town, we have 2 school districts. One of them is SB2, and I have spent done a lot of research on default budgets and looked at default budgets, found mistakes in default budgets that the school district even agreed with me on before it actually went to the ballot. And there are some definite things that need to be fixed, and I thank you, Representative Dunn, for bringing this forward. I'm going to speak to the amendment he handed out, which is 2025-0600H. And first thing it does, I think that's important, is that there's a couple places where there's a missing reference to RSA 40:14-B. That's the RSA that allows the Budget Committee to get to have the authority to determine the default budget. And so that was missing in a couple of places, and that's been added in. I'd also like to mention the first change that's on line 8 of the amendment, where it says other obligations previously incurred by law or mandated by law. And there's been some situations where people have said obligations have been previously incurred, and they didn't think the by law applied to that because it says mandated by law. So this just adds it in both places. So it's really making sure that the obligation is incurred by law and not really by preference. So that's an important update. On line 9 of the amendment, it talks about taking out salaries and benefits of positions that have been eliminated in the proposed budget. So obviously, if the position's been eliminated, it should be not in the default budget. The next, starting at the end of line 9 into 10, it says by salaries and benefits of positions that were vacant before the previous year's budget was approved and have remained vacant. So this addresses the positions that are open and stay open indefinitely, and the money in that is often used for other purposes. But it does allow for a year, when it's positions open for the first year, that it is allowed to be part of the default budget. But if it stays unfilled for more than a year, it goes out of the default budget. And then on line 11 in the middle, reflecting the actual salary and benefits of the filled positions as of the public hearing of the proposed budget. That's important. That was in the original bill. That means, for example, we had a senior librarian that was making about $100,000 with pay and benefits retire, and they hired a younger person that was getting paid with salary and benefits about $65,000. But by the way the law was written, and that person was already on board, already working, and that that we could not change the default budget to $65,000 because of the way the law is right now. We had to keep the $100,000. So there's already overpaying for something we already know. We already know the new person. That's what this bill takes care of. And then down on line 17 to 19, any budget item in the operating budget authorized for the previous year, and there was a transfer made for a one-time expenditure, you'll reduce that line item by that transfer. That means if you're taking a line item that was vacant and you start using it for one-time expenses, then that line item will now be reduced. So this closes sort of, I call it there's a way to pad the budget by having open staff vacancies that are in the default budget but never filling them or keeping them over a long time. There's what I call this line item harvesting transfer loophole, where money is put in one line item and used for another for one-time expenses. And then there's obviously the other items I talked about in terms of fixing some references and putting in the bylaw. So if you have positions that are vacant and they're vacant for more than a year, maybe with police or fire, and it's hard to fill them, there is a tool. You don't pad the default budget. The default budget should be the basic budget that you are passing. It's the bare bones budget. But there is a tool that's out there, and we do use it in our school districts. It's called a contingency fund. A contingency fund is a separate warrant article, RSA 31:98-A. 31:98-A. That's a separate contingency fund that can be put, and everybody knows when they're voting on it, this is a contingency that we want to put $100,000 or $300,000, and maybe it's for things that wouldn't be in the default budget, but we might want to fill some positions, and it puts it transparently in front of the voters. So there's a tool there. Instead of sort of padding the default budget, you can use this contingency fund as a way to clearly state to voters that this is the purpose of it, instead of, hiding things in the default budget. The default budget is, I've talked to DRA myself. They do not do much enforcement of default budgets. They don't really look at the default budgets, unfortunately. That's another issue. But the number one question they get every meeting season around now is questions from, selectmen, school boards, budget committees, citizens about default budgets. And so there's this I think would help that a lot, because it would make it very clear of these loopholes, and I think it would be very good for citizens. And then if you can use the contingency fund for those things you think you need to have for contingency, that would make a lot of sense. So for that reason, I would recommend that the committee recommend this this House Bill 475 ought to pass with amendment. And with that, I'll close and take any questions.
Thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrative question for the speaker or for one of the prior speakers. The effective date of this is right now scheduled for January 1st, 2026. Does that make a difference to what we should be doing? Is that the correct effective date to get the most bang for the buck for this change?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dolan. I am not OLS, but my understanding is that bills such as this would probably be in effect 60 days after passage, because you do have some political subdivisions that will start doing things much earlier. I don't think there's any SB2 budget hearings before January 1st, but they get pretty close to that date. So, you might want to look at checking that effective date with OLS to make sure it makes sense. There might be a reason I'm not aware of that it needs to be that, but that's my input on that.
Follow up?
Yes.
Could I extend that question to the sponsor or any of the other speakers? Are you okay with January 1st, 2026, or do you think that needs to be changed?
Representative Dolan, we hear that there's a question with regards to the effective date, and the committee or I can look into that and get an answer to that, because I'm not sure that the prime sponsor has an answer to that. Do you have an answer to that? Okay, I didn't think so. So we can certainly look into that and get an answer.
Okay.
Further questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for taking another question from me. In the situation where you had one salary at $100,000 and then you had the new position at 65,000, or just using numbers. Do you agree that the delta would fall to fund balance at the end of the year, or it doesn't mean that $40,000 is padded, but do we agree that that money would organically fall to fund balance?
Thank you for the question, Representative Majori. Yes, if you have the money that's not expended, it would go to the unexpended fund balance at the end of the year. But there's nothing stopping the school board, in this case with the school district, from taking that $35,000 and spending it on anything they want. And, sometimes they do. And so the default budget is really supposed to be the bare bones budget with no extras and no padding. And that's what this bill tries to do. And like I said, if you want to have a contingency fund, the right way to do it is through RSA 3198A. That's the best way to do it. Then everybody knows that that's a contingency fund. And if that's not spent, that returns to the taxpayers as well.
Thank you.
Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I know we're talking a lot about head count, but if we're looking at overall default budget calculation, should we consider including transportation utilities in default budgets? Because transportation by law for K through 8 is required. And when you have a new contract in a year, it's included in a budget, but it's not in the default budget because it's last year's cost. And same with utilities that constantly increase on us when we have big jumps. Should that be included in a default budget calculation?
Thank you for the question, Representative Grund. My understanding is that if you have a continuing contract, those escalating costs are part of the default budget today. So, like a collective bargaining agreement, that those costs are already built in the default budget, for better or for worse.
Follow up?
Yes, so just to clarify, so only if they're Sanbornized, and nobody puts transportation on a special warrant article that lays out the contract cost, because if the voters vote no, then you don't have any cost for transportation. So they're always included in a budget. So no, those increasing costs are not included. So that does, again, should it be included in a default budget calculation?
The escalating costs should be in a default budget because they're a contract, if they're multi-year contract. But if you do not get a contract approved by the voters, then it has to be a year to year because you haven't brought it forth to the voters. The voters should be voting on that. And we do that in our district, that we vote on a 5-year bus contract. And that becomes part of the default budget for the years. And we know what the costs are.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. So at this time, I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, Vice Chairman McDonald will report the blue sheet.
KHB 475, we have 1 for and 2 against.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 475 local is now closed. Our next hearing is scheduled to begin at 2:30, so that gives us a little over 10 minutes to wait.
on HB 228, which is relative to petitioned articles at an annual or special town meeting. And Representative Power, if you can introduce the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 228 Local for your consideration. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. Under current law, registered voters may petition the governing body to include their petitioned warrant articles on the warrant at an annual or special meeting, and this is provided for under RSA 39:3, as well as RSA 197:6 for school districts. The problem is that citizens are reporting more frequently that their petitioned warrant articles are not being handled fairly nor with respect at town and school district meetings. As a result, discussion and debate of petitioned warrant articles is being severely limited or it doesn't happen at all. And in traditional meetings, petition warrant articles aren't even being voted upon by the legislative body. Unfortunately, in many towns and school districts, petition warrant articles are regarded as second-class warrant articles by many governing bodies as well as meeting attendees. And this sentiment is evidenced by comments in open meetings. For example, I recently learned of one instance where a school board, in fact, was coordinating with the moderator ahead of the annual meeting to develop rules to limit both the time and the opportunity for petition warrant articles to be presented at the annual meeting. Clearly, this is wrong, and it's a clear abuse of our system of democracy. To be clear, annual and special meetings belong to all voters and not just the governing body or certain groups of people. So the solution is House Bill 228. This addresses these problems by first identifying a primary petitioner as one of the registered voters on the application for the petitioned warrant article. Or in the absence of an identified primary petitioner, the primary petitioner shall be the first petitioner or registered voter listed on the written application. Additionally, the bill also allows that the primary petitioner may designate any registered voter to act as the primary petitioner by notifying the moderator of such in writing. For example, the primary petitioner might not be available for the meeting, and this provision allows for another individual to fulfill that role. The bill further addresses the problems that I outlined by requiring that the moderator shall provide the primary petitioner the opportunity to introduce the petitioned article at the meeting. And also the primary petitioner shall also be guaranteed at least the same amount of time as the longest time granted to the governing body or the budget committee, if there is one, to introduce any of their warrant articles at the meeting. To conclude, the simple change to the current law levels the playing field by giving both elected officials and citizens fair and equitable time and opportunity to present all warrant articles at an annual or special meeting, regardless of who places that article on the warrant. And also by allowing that all warrant articles have the opportunity to be debated, discussed, and actually voted on, thereby protecting and preserving the democratic meeting process for all participants. To me, it's a matter of fairness, and for these reasons, I would urge this committee to recommend House Bill 228 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Powers. Any questions from the committee? Representative Arwood.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You use the word may, line 21, for example, that the application may identify these registered voters. Who determines that this would occur?
Thank you.
How is it adopted?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Representative. So what that's referring to is that when you have a petitioned warrant article, there's an application. It's the petition, and there's certain there's information that's required on that. And what was meant by this, with regards to identifying a primary petitioner, is that on that application, if you will, the application will identify this is the primary petitioner. So for those of you who may or may not be familiar with petition warrant articles, oftentimes several copies are circulated. And so in terms of the signature line and the information that's needed, there's multiple, I guess I would say line ones. So therefore, when the petition is passed in, the people who sign the petition, that whole bundle, if you will, can I just finish this?
Yeah.
It will designate who the primary petitioner is. Okay, so you have a follow-up.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
I'm sorry, I may not have structured my question properly. Who enforces this language? How is it enforced?
Thank you for the question, Representative. If I understand your question, you're asking me who enforces state law?
Well, I guess so. How is this enforced or implemented within a town?
If this bill were to become law, it would be implemented as any other RSA is implemented within a town or a school district.
Okay, I'm
So,
sorry. It's okay.
I think that it has to do with the process. I'm not understanding your question, but there is a process already in statute that governs or pertains to petition warrant articles.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So in the exact same word, why is that word may there and not shall if in the next sentence it shall be the first voter or the first registered voter?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So you're asking in line 21 why it says may identify?
Correct.
Because that's an option. So on the written application for the petition warrant article, the petitioners can designate this person on this set of signature sheets. This is the primary petitioner. And in the absence of that, then if no primary petitioner is identified, the primary petitioner shall be the first registered voter listed on the application. Okay, well, that's a little confusing, I admit, because I just went and explained that we have multiple sheets, right? So I just explained there's multiple line ones. I have to think about that.
A follow-up, Representative?
Well, sure. And I think we might be going to the same place. Are you trying to get to, I think you're trying to get to someone must speak to this, someone must be permitted to speak to this article. And my question is, shouldn't the may be a shall so that we insist that someone, whoever that someone is, speak to it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to provide the provision that there shall be a primary petitioner. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question, which is kind of a rhetorical question. But wouldn't changing may to shall speak to Representative Aylward's question about enforcement?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, Representative Elwood's question, it wasn't clear to me, so your question seems to be unclear as well.
Follow up.
So if it says shall, then it shall, and that's the enforcement mechanism. If it's may, it's optional.
Okay. I will I will think about that. I apologize that I'm not able to provide a sufficient answer at this time. I'd like to carefully think about it, because I thought that in my mind, I had the language clear in my mind, but obviously when other people see language, they see different things. And I'm having trouble seeing what you're all saying.
Okay, Representative Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Representative Power, for taking my question. As an experienced petitioner of a zoning ordinance amendment article, I was indeed suppressed at the public hearing to speaking to the ordinance. I was asked to withdraw it. Is that what you're referring to when you say that these petitioned articles are not respected?
Thank you for the question, Representative Elward. That is one example. That's a clear example of a petitioned warrant article not getting a fair opportunity to be debated, discussed, and heard. And the legislature, in its wisdom, has given through RSA the opportunity for citizens to be able to place articles on the warrant through the petition warrant article process, and not just to relegate that to the governing body. So that, yes, I would agree that would be an example.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you be amenable to an amendment to change the words may where they appear to shall?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I am open to amendments, and I am happy to work with the committee to arrive at language that makes sense to everyone and not just me.
Representative Walker.
Who is in charge of these meetings? I'm not a town meeting person, but who runs them?
Could you repeat? I missed one of the words you said. Who's in charge of what?
Who's in charge of running these meetings?
The individual in charge of running meetings would be the moderator.
The moderator. Because if you look at page 2, line 22, it says, the moderator shall provide primary petition identified pursuant to RSA, opportunity to introduce petition articles at the meeting. Primary petition shall given the same amount of time, equal and longest. So answer everybody's questions is right there. There's a shall, and it says the moderator. So the moderator is running it, and he shall do it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative
Thank you,
Allward.
Mr. Chairman. Where do you see the moderator? Where's that
Page
language?
2, line 22.
Okay. So in my example, it was the planning board chairman who held the public hearing on the petitioned zoning ordinance amendment. So should not this language either include a planning board chairman, or because the moderator's was not involved.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that question. If you look on line 19, this is section 4 of the bill, and it says government of town meeting, and it references specifically debate. So this section here pertains to the town meeting and the town meeting process of handling warrant articles. You raised the issue with regards to zoning ordinance petition warrant article, which requires a hearing. And this bill here does not address hearings per se.
Yeah, one last question, Representative Arwood.
So I guess my question is, should there be language that addresses public hearings by zoning, by planning boards, or?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I would have to go back and look at the RSAs that pertain to hearings. And I would need to understand specifically in your instance what exactly happened and what the provisions are with regards to RSAs, with regards to hearings, to see if perhaps what happened was not consistent with RSA. That what you're describing is, like I said, something completely different, has to do with hearings and not annual meetings.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are planning board articles at the town meeting amendable?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not sure how that question is germane to this bill. Our
We're
planning.
follow up?
Go ahead.
We're talking about warrant articles, and I'm talking about a specific type of warrant article.
So the question is with regards to, and I think you probably know the answer to this, but the question is, are warrant articles put up by the planning board amendable? Planning board warrant articles pertain to zoning ordinances, and I do not believe that they are amendable. I could be wrong. I don't know, but I am happy to get the correct answer and follow up.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in, Representative. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Eric Power.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, and I'm in favor of this article, and I'm representing myself. I think this is an important bill because I think it helps provide some civility to annual and special meetings where there's petition warrant articles that have been proposed. Increasingly, we're seeing, and I've personally experienced it, that warrant articles at meetings are not even heard. They are tabled, and you don't even get to speak to them. And I have coordinated with moderators before and gotten some time, but it doesn't always work out because the meeting doesn't want to even hear about the article. So that's a problem. I'd like to mention there was a question about the shall versus may on the identifying a registered voter on an application. A primary petitioner on an application. And I would say if you put the shall in there, then that's another way for a governing body to disqualify a petition to say, well, they didn't identify a primary petitioner, so do you want, we don't accept it. So maybe leaving it as a may would be good. We can talk about that more if you'd like. But I'd like to mention, putting in a petition warrant article is not a trivial thing. You have to get the language right. You have to go get 25 signatures at least from fellow citizens and put it in well ahead of these meetings. Some of the deadlines, if you have SB2, are in early January. Some of them are in late January if it's a traditional meeting. There are even some, and I did one this year, that was due by December 15th. So these are not small tasks, and then to not even have them heard is not really fair. And people, last year I had 5 at our town meeting, and 4 of them didn't even get to be talked about. Mercifully, one of them they did talk about, and people said, wow, once I heard that, I decided to vote for it, and they passed it. It was actually the tax impact one. So, it's a little courtesy to give people the chance to be heard. And I'd like to say that's kind of how the general court works. Everybody that files a bill, and some people don't like this, but every bill gets a hearing like this. And I know there was actually some rule proposed this year to actually table bills out of committee before they were heard. And I'm glad that was stopped, because every bill gets a hearing and every bill gets a vote. And so I think this is along the same lines, but for our local governance. I think being able to identify a petition warrant article, having a primary petitioner identified makes a lot of sense. And then it gives that person is the spokesperson for that petition. And a lot of times the governing body may have a question on a petition, or they want to notify somebody that a hearing's been scheduled. And if they have that person identified as the primary petitioner, that makes it easier. Otherwise, they don't know who it is. It's not always the first person that signs it, and there's no particular status that any petitioner has over another in terms of being a spokesperson. So I think that makes a lot of sense logistically, and I think it just goes a long way to having the town meeting, school district meetings run more smoothly when everybody can be heard, and in most cases you vote on them. I'd like to mention that under the SB2 form of meeting, one advantage of SB2 is that actually every warrant article gets a vote. It goes from the deliberative session onto the ballot. There's no option to stop it from even being voted on. The disadvantage of a town meeting is that people could table an article and you never even vote on it, and sometimes you don't even hear about it. So that's a challenge, and that probably is another problem to be fixed at another day. But at least for the petitioners to be heard, this is a very good bill. And petitions come in different flavors, and I heard a little bit about a zoning amendment by petition warrant article. And as I mentioned earlier, I do serve on the Brookline Planning Board, so I'm very familiar with zoning amendments. And it is true, once a zoning amendment is filed by petition, that's due very early as well. I think it's due even maybe, there's a window it has to be submitted, and I think it's between like mid-November and mid-December, because you have to have hearings and such. And there are a few other pieces of legislation that are official ballot questions that will never make it to a deliberative session because they go right on the ballot. This does not address those because they don't go to the meeting, but that could be a subject of an amendment or potentially another part of another bill at another time to address these more special type of petition warrant articles. Those need to be heard as well. No one should be shut down. Everybody deserves a chance to be heard. So I think this is a good bill. I think it would go a long way to help make things run more smoothly when everybody has the expectation set that, this is the way that petition warrant articles would work. They'll get respected and everybody will be heard, and that the meeting will go more smoothly and democracy will work better. So for those reasons, I would recommend to pass on House Bill 228, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Powers. As this bill is written, it won't apply to deliberative sessions in SB2 towns?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would apply to deliberative session in an SB2 town or school district.
It doesn't have to be mentioned right now it's just town meetings. It doesn't say anything about SB2 that I can find inside in the bill itself.
Correct. It does not apply just to SB2 deliberative sessions. It applies to traditional meetings, so it's not mentioned because it applies to both.
Okay.
When you have a petition warrant article under SB2, it's heard at a deliberative session and debated and potentially amended. At a traditional meeting, it's debated and potentially voted upon there. So it's the same place. It's either going to be heard at a deliberative session or heard at a traditional meeting. That's the purpose of this.
There's been occasions in my town we'll have a petition warrant article and no one will show up to talk to it, to speak to it. So just bypass it, or
If there's nobody there to speak to it, then the moderator gives the opportunity, and if no one steps forward, then you move on. They had the opportunity.
Okay.
That's all.
thank you. Any other questions? Representative Arwood.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think it's about time that we start delineating between town meetings and deliberative sessions and use that language in bills so there's no confusion? Because I know that arriving in New Hampshire, I had no clue what was going on, and I found the language confusing. And I think for the average citizen, they don't even know what a deliberative session is. And if we start using that language in our statutes to help educate people, do you see any reason why the word deliberative session would not be used here in the line 1?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a question. So there's this is welcome to your world here, because you deal with municipal and county government, especially municipal government here, which is also school district, and we have annual meetings, and that's a generic term. And underneath annual meeting, we have SB2 and traditional, and there are some laws that apply to both equally. Then there are some that only apply to SB2, which we've heard some today, and there's some that apply only to traditional meetings. But in some cases, the law applies to both, and you have to know when you say annual meeting, that could mean deliberative session, that could mean traditional meeting, just because the annual meeting generic term means both. And fortunately, I live in a town that has both systems, and I'm familiar with both of them, and I've been to them, and I understand them deeply. But I do know that a lot of citizens don't. They come to me with questions, and they don't know how things work. And there's even state representatives that don't understand that, I think. That when they write a bill, they only know SB2, and they know nothing about a traditional meeting. So, and I think you probably have seen some of those bills in your committee, and I've read some of them. So I think where it makes sense, you definitely need to delineate, whether you have a deliberative session, whether it's SB2, whether it's an annual meeting, or it sort of applies generically. And I think in this case, this one applies generically, so I don't think it needs to be updated, because it's just modifying the 3 statutes right here. When you have a town, and we also have the dimension of town versus school district. And for petition warrant articles, for special and annual meetings, it's RSA 39.3. But for the wisdom of the general court, they broke out for school districts, it's RSA 197.6 for annual meetings, but they have a separate RSA for special meetings for petition warrant articles, 197.2. So that's the way it works. That's the way it is. So that's why this bill has those 3 sections, because the town is covered by one, the school district needs to be covered by both cases. So you have a lot of different dimensions. It's a multi-dimensional problem.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming, sir. Testifying. Okay, our next speaker will be Sarah Burke Cohen from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. This bill is impractical and treats petition warrant articles differently. This bill describes the appointment of a primary petitioner. Currently, any petitioner may speak to the petition warrant article. It does not seem necessary to have legislation to appoint a primary petitioner when this seems to happen organically during the petitioned warrant article process and application process. This bill requires the moderator to allow the primary petitioner to introduce their petitioned warrant article at the meeting. Introduce is a vague and undefined term in the bill that would create confusion. Is it a presentation? Is it merely reading the article? Is it something else? Page 2, lines 24 through 30 read, "The primary petitioner shall be given the same amount of time equal to the longest amount of time granted to the governing body or budget committee to introduce any warrant article at the meeting." This language would require moderators to pull out their stopwatch for every presentation by the governing body or budget committee, tally the time, and then determine the longest amount of time granted to the governing body or committee, which would obviously change throughout the meeting, and then grant that to this primary petitioner of the petition warrant article. It puts petition warrant articles in a separate category than any other warrant article and doesn't consider that some warrant articles, like the budget or large bonded project, may need a more extended presentation that voters want to hear so they can make an informed decision about the complex issues. In essence, this means all petition warrant articles would be required to have the longest amount of time granted to the governing body or budget committee. If this time is an hour, then each primary petitioner on a petitioned warrant article would have 1 hour to introduce their article. If there are 5 petition warrant articles, this could be 5 hours. What if there are more than 5 petition warrant articles at the meeting? This could add significant time onto annual or special meetings. It could allow one person to hold the entire legislative body captive during an introduction. Essentially, it could allow one person to filibuster at the town meeting. What does this bill mean in terms of the ability of the legislative body? It should be the legislative body that sets limits on how long people speak or ask questions and be able to vote to facilitate votes on warrant articles. This bill would give one person the ability to hold captive the legislative body, to hear information that they may not find necessary to hear or vote to vote on the petition warrant article. In addition, as the legislative body can set limits on how long people can speak, the legislative body can also overrule the moderator and allow the petitioner to speak longer if the legislative body finds it necessary or needed. Additionally, the legislative body cannot table petition warrant articles if they want to proceed and hear them. This bill seemingly takes that power away from the legislative body and instead grants it to this primary petitioner of a petition warrant article. NHMA opposes this bill and urges you to do likewise. I'm open for questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Out of curiosity, what is the process for the legislative body setting limits on the time that people can speak? How does the legislative body do that?
Well, the legislative body, so the moderator is the facilitator of the meeting. The legislative body certainly can set limits on debate by calling the question, or as I understand, setting limits further on in the meeting. So if the meeting goes on for a while, setting limits on the amount of debate.
Follow up, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
So someone in the legislative body can make a motion to set a limit on the time that speakers can speak, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
you.
Okay, our last speaker is Mr. Joe Torelli.
Sorry. Joe Torelli from Hampton, New Hampshire. I rise in favor of this bill. I have been subject to a couple of interesting events at the deliberative session. One of the first things that wanted to mention, Representative Aylward said the town meeting versus deliberative session versus the election. These are all very confusing to people that are just arriving. And it took me a year to understand how amazingly important the deliberative session is. But I now, when I first take the floor microphone, I welcome everyone to the town marketing event. This is where the town has chosen where the town wants to spend the money, and they get to do all of their presentations with slides and with all kinds of PowerPoint and pictures. Some do it better than others. I complained the first year, and then they finally got their act together and started doing a little bit better job. I worked at Apple for a long time, so I kind of have an idea about marketing. Why wouldn't a petition warrant article sponsor want to be able to do a presentation on the screen? Something visual, something that's very clear, something that's understandable. So I like this a lot. I think it's a really great idea. I think we should call it the town marketing event because they're asking for lots and lots and lots of money for this and for that. And here's the default versus here's the other versus the proposed. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torelli. Any questions from the committee? Representative Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there anything that would prohibit a townsperson from putting together a PowerPoint deck and showing slides with his introduction, his or her introduction?
That's a great question. I appreciate it because when I spoke to the moderator 2 years ago, when I was creating on my iPad the value of the $400,000 after every one of the spending articles so that I could hold it up in front of the camera, it's absolutely a great idea to do a PowerPoint, but I really recommend that there be some sort of the moderator needs to review what the presentation is ahead of time, because you don't know what's going to end up being there. And I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. It's kind of like staging an event. Somebody needs to clarify it and make sure that it's okay. And the moderator being in charge of the marketing event, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
My question was, is there anything that would prohibit that, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no. It's just, it could be even arranged in the background, but I think if it was available by law, that would be a really great thing to enhance this. And I think we need to get as many people out to deliberative session or marketing event as possible because it is the mechanism. And I'm sorry I missed the first year, but oh my gosh, this is the single most important mechanism for we as the people to be able to help understand. And after the revaluation, everybody started paying more attention all of a sudden. And so there's a lot of people that have gathered together that are now friendly and discussing things on how can we effectively make our lives a little easier instead of more difficult. Thank you.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in, sir.
Thank you very much.
That was our last speaker. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak concerning HB 228? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. On the blue sheet, we have 2 for, and that's it. Okay, it's 3:10 p.m. and I'll open the public hearing on HB 168, which is relative to including municipal public work facilities as eligible capital facilities for the assessment of impact fees. And presenting the bill is Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. You will be happy to know that this is the last bill that I will be introducing today. As a prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 168 for your consideration. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County District 36. Under current law, municipalities through its planning boards may assess impact fees on new development or construction that is driving the need for new or expanded municipal facilities. Impact fees enable municipalities to help to be able to recover some of the costs for these municipal facilities necessitated by the growth due to the construction or development. So this provision is under RSA 674:21, Roman numeral 5, A through L, and it falls under innovative land use controls. And they prescribe methods for computing the impact fees. And planning boards also work with regional planning commissions to ensure compliance with regards to the impact fee calculations. Impact fees are collected to help share the cost of municipal facilities with both current and new property owners, and it's amortized over the life of the facilities. Currently, there are 21 eligible capital facility purposes specified in RSA for which an impact fee may be assessed. And this includes such things as public water and sewer, stormwater, public roads, municipal offices, public schools, public safety, solid waste, public libraries, and recreation. However, the list does not currently include public works facilities, which appears to be an oversight. So the solution is this bill before you, House Bill 168, corrects this oversight by simply adding public works facilities to the current list of eligible capital facilities for the assessment of impact fees. In the past 5 years, there are at least 5 municipalities that I've been able to identify that have constructed new public works facilities, but they unfortunately cannot collect impact fees because it's not included in the list. These municipalities include Nashua, Hollis, Brookline, Rochester, and Groton. And additionally, a 6th municipality was recently identified, and that was Guilford. They have a $11.2 million bond for a new public works facility on their March 11th ballot, which will be held in a couple of weeks. The addition of public works facilities to the current list of eligible capital facilities is both fair and reasonable. Therefore, I urge this committee to recommend ought to pass on House Bill 168. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? I just have one quick one, Representative.
Yep.
What's the basic definition for impact fee for all these different?
So the definition is in statute, and it says impact fee means a fee or assessment imposed upon development, including subdivision, building construction, or other land use change in order to help meet the needs occasioned by that development for the construction or improvement of capital facilities owned or operated by. It's in the statute already. I don't really probably need to continue to read that unless you want me to.
No, that's fine. I was just
Okay.
trying to get a general definition. How would it work on a public works facility? Does the town say you owe us? Who pays for that or whatever, I guess?
So if I understand your question, we already have impact fees, and we already have 21 purposes for which impact fees may be assessed. And so clearly, public works facilities, or commonly known as DPW facilities. That's the municipal facility that I'm referencing with regards to this particular bill. It seems to be an obvious municipal purpose or facility within a town, and it's not on the list for some reason, as the list has evolved over time. I hope that answers your question.
So in the budget, they would have a certain amount of money paid to the town from the taxpayers. The only time, if I can just say, we use impact fees if there's a development coming in, then they pay a certain amount of money for each lot to develop it. I don't think we've ever used this on any other property that the town owns.
Again, if I understand your question, what I'm hearing is that in your particular municipality, you don't assess impact fees. It's optional. Your planning board can go and look into it, and it's a zoning ordinance, is my understanding, in order to be able to assess it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last pink card we have on this bill, HB 168. Does anyone else want to testify? Yes, sir. Mr. Eric Power.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I did put a pink card in, but that's okay. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, representing myself and also in favor of HB 168. As I mentioned previously, I've been serving on the planning board since 2021, and impact fees are proposed by the planning board in each town. The planning board proposes them, and they're adopted like any other zoning amendment. They go through the public hearing process, and then they go on the official ballot on election day for adoption by voters. So the impact fees are, the basic idea of an impact fee is to help with new houses, new commercial properties, subdivisions, to share a little bit of the cost of the municipal facilities that are being driven by the growth of the town. And that's why they have these purposes listed here. And you have to keep in mind, there's a lot of subparagraphs that prescribe how impact fees have to be calculated. It's fairly complex. I understand it pretty well, but the regional planning commissions help us to make sure we're following that, the amortization and everything of the fees. But what it boils down to is a fee gets, when you have a new house, they're gonna have a small fee in the few $100 range, based on any of the facilities that are being expanded or new facilities that are based on the growth in the town. It also helps the taxpayers not have to shoulder the burden of the new facility, and it's shared equitably, and there's a whole formula for how that works. The problem we have is that this law says, it says the list is including and limited to. So it has to be on the list in order for you to collect an impact fee. And, we had built a new public works facilities in Brookline in 2022, but we cannot collect impact fees on public work facilities because it's missing in the law. And as mentioned earlier, our neighbors in Hollis had built one recently, and in Nashua, Rochester has done one, Groton has done one, and Guilford looks like they're going to do one. So there's at least 6 municipalities that I'm aware of that may be able to do the impact fees. It's not mandatory. This just gives the planning board and ultimately the voters of the town the decision if they want to charge an impact fee for under this innovative land use controls. So I think it's a logical addition. I don't know why it was missing, but the 3 words that are being added to this bill is probably one of the shortest bills ever. But for those reasons, I would recommend passage of this bill to help enable the impact fees to be more effective in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Power. I appreciate that explanation. I've got a better understanding of the law now. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's the last pink card that I have. Anyone else want to testify? Seeing none. On this bill, we have 3 in favor, and I'll close the public hearing on HB 168.
The clock has just struck 3:30 p.m., so at this time I will open the public hearing on House Bill 124, enabling a city or town forest committee to offer surplus money to the town for deposit in the city or town general fund. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Davis to introduce the bill to our committee. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I apologize for any confusion. There's a couple of amendments here. I believe the content is the same. The one I just passed out puts me back at prime sponsor, and so I believe it's the two that you have in front of you are identical other than that. So I'm here to introduce House Bill 124. It pertains to municipal and town and county forests, community forests. So I put this bill in because a member from the town forest for the town of Errol came to me. And in the RSA right now, they do timber harvesting on these parcels. They have 8,500 acres in their town forest, and they generate quite a bit of revenue each year. So according to DRA, the three things they can spend that money on, they can buy more land, they can maintain their land, or they can buy something for the town through the select board if it's a benefit to their land. So one year they bought a fire truck for the town of Errol. And what the town of Errol figured, or DRA figured, that if there was a fire, that may save the community forest. So the intent originally was, once they acquired the amount of land that they wanted, their goal was 8,500 acres, and it's pretty well maintained. They do a harvest each year. So they're at a point now where they wanted to use any surplus for tax relief for the town members. And DRA doesn't allow it the way the RSA is written. It's not clear enough. So what this does is bring a little bit of clarity, so DRA would allow them, so there's a board of 3 to 5 people on any town or community forest. So this doesn't mandate anything. It gives them the opportunity, if they deem they have a surplus, they can offer that surplus to the select board to put it through a warrant article so that the town could vote to accept that money. Without this bill, a town like Errol could be sitting on millions of dollars. It's kind of landlocked. They just can't use it. So the idea would be so that they could lower their tax base. I live in the town of Milan. We have a town forest as well. It's not as big as theirs. Our goal is 5,000 acres. We're at 3,500. The way ours was set up, we can do this. It's just it was set up properly from the beginning. But towns like Errol and other towns that did not know how to properly set this up have a block in their system right now. So this would correct that. And I mean, that's a pretty simple bill. This is all it does. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Davis. Other questions? Representative Davis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If other towns are able to do this, why is this needed?
Well, it all depends how you set up your town forest in the first place. The members that set up the one in Milan, for lack of better words, they knew how to do it, and they set it up so they could use it in general funds if they had a surplus. The one in Errol wasn't set up like that. So this would be a way for them to catch up with the other towns.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But if it's the state that determines what the towns can do, I'm still not understanding why towns cannot do it if some are already doing it.
The way DRA interprets the RSA, I was told that they cannot do it unless they have this amendment. I hope I answered your question. I don't know it does sound unfair, but the way it was set up in Mylan, they put that provision in their deal.
Further questions? Representative Frucht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Davis, thank you for appearing and for presenting this bill. I have a question on the last sentence, which says the legislative body of the municipality shall vote to accept the surplus for deposit. In my mind, voting implies a choice, but the way this is written, you shall vote to accept, there's no choice. And perhaps some better language could be worked out?
That's a good question. Possibly, this whole amendment, it says notwithstanding RSA 31 semicolon 95-B, if the forestry committee or conservation committee, which is the group that has control over the forestry committee, determines there is that the special forest maintenance fund has a surplus, that committee may offer this surplus to the municipality, which I believe is the select board, for deposit in the unreserved fund balance. The legislative body, which would be the town people, if this came as under a warrant article, I guess shall vote to accept this deposit. I can't imagine somebody turning it down so that property taxes would be alleviated, but they have the option. They shall vote yes or no whether they want to accept that money.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Wouldn't it be just simpler to say that if the Conservation Committee or the Forestry Committee determines that there's a surplus, it shall be deposited in the town's general fund?
Well, I thought this would give more control so that like the select board just doesn't spend it frivolously on whatever they want. The town's people would have to approve it and it would give them more control.
One more follow-up?
Yes, you may have one more follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once the funds are accepted into the general fund, then it could be spent however. I'm not sure I understand why, what the advantage is, or where the townspeople would gain control of this money so that it could be used for a specific purpose, which is what I heard you say in response to my previous question.
I don't really have a good answer for you. I'm sorry.
Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes.
Is it possible that the local legislative body can just change this on their own versus having to make it a state RSA?
The member of the Errol Community Forest came to me asking, he said that they wanted to know if we could put this in, and I don't know if they have the ability to change that on their own. I do not know that. Yeah.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the one and only pink card that I have. So I will ask at this time, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the vice chairman will report the blue sheet.
Chairman Powell, we have 5 that have signed up in support of this bill.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 124. Our next public hearing is scheduled to begin at 3:45. It is now 3:39 according to my clock. So we have, now it just changed to 3:40. We have about 5 minutes. Time I would like to ask if you're here to testify on House Bill 501, please submit your pink cards because I'm trying to figure out how many people wish to speak. And we have an hour and 15 minutes left in the day, so I need to sort that all out. Could the prime sponsor fill out a pink card when the prime sponsor has a chance? Good afternoon. Before I open up the hearing on the last bill publicly noticed for municipal and county government, I do have quite a few pink cards. So in order to be able to fit everybody in here today by 5 p.m., I'm going to need to impose a 5-minute limit for testimony, then followed by questions and answers. The vice chair will indicate, he will have to keep track of the time, and he will indicate that you are nearing your time limit by holding up a pink card. And I would also like to explain that if a speaker has written testimony, to please indicate that and to pass it to Representative Walker for distribution around the committee table. And additionally, if after the 5-minute time, if you in fact do have more information that you would like to share with the committee, then please indicate that, and then please follow up with written communication to the committee via email. And finally, as a reminder, when you take the seat to provide testimony, please state for the record your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. So you're all set. At this time, the chair will open up the public hearing on House Bill 501FN relative to allowing towns to decline 5G towers. The chair would like to recognize Representative Diane Kelly, the prime sponsor of this bill. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Did you all, or did some of you at least, receive the email last night? I sent photos regarding the 5G towers that are part of the discussion. The first one is in front of the Bedford PD. It's big, huge, tall, scary looking thing. And
Representative Kelly, could you pull the mic closer because I'm having trouble hearing you? Yeah.
there. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, the tower in front of the Bedford Police Department is a rather large one, and then the newer ones, which are considerably smaller and harder to see at the top of utility poles. Anyway, I am Representative Diane Kelly from Hillsborough District 32, and I'm here today to introduce HB 501, a critical piece of legislation that empowers local communities to make informed decisions about wireless infrastructure within their own borders. This bill builds upon the findings of the New Hampshire State Commission to study the environmental and health effects of evolving 5G technology, which is also known as the 5G Commission. The commission found that the insurance industry looks on microwave radiation from cell towers as a hazardous pollutant and will not ordinarily even insure damages caused by ionizing or non-ionizing microwave radiation. The commission further found that microwave radiation levels are not even being measured or documented by DES, DHHS, or any other state agency. Furthermore, the commission reported that while many studies have indicated that microwave radiation has biological and environmental effects on humans, protective standards for New Hampshire flora and fauna don't exist and deserve much greater consideration and study. For these reasons, I believe that RSA 12K must be amended so that the state takes a more neutral position on the rollout of 5G in New Hampshire. As the law currently exists, city governments face significant legal pressure if they try to deny a cell tower, and they're unable to even address objections from residents and business owners around wireless infrastructure. If the state of New Hampshire refuses to implement the findings of the 5G Commission and has failed to regulate or track radiation pollution levels, then the state should leave the decision of when or where to site a cell tower up to the individual cities and towns. As we navigate the rapidly evolving landscape of wireless technology, it's imperative that we balance progress with prudence. This bill is not about halting technological advancement, but rather it's about ensuring that the people of this state have a voice in shaping the landscape of their own communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Kelly, for that bill introduction. Are you willing to take questions?
I am, however, following me will be the one of the directors of the Foundation for Bioethics, and she's considerably more expert at these things and would probably do a much better job.
Okay. Questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Mr. Jeremy Crandall. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Crandall. I am here today on behalf of CTIA. We are the Wireless Industry Trade Association. I am speaking in opposition to House Bill 501. As background, CTIA members include such companies as American Tower, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and U.S. Cellular, all of which serve customers here in New Hampshire or have wireless infrastructure deployments in the state. In discussing this issue with you before you today, I want to start with two key items because right now we are seeing two things. Number one, unprecedented demand from consumers for more wireless services. And the rate at which that growth is happening is happening at exponential rates. Number two, a desire for improved connectivity in all communities in this state. Now, our members are working hard to respond to both of those items I just mentioned, investing $30 billion in 2023 alone in private resources to upgrade and expand the nation's networks, including here in New Hampshire. But I want to speak specific to this bill because where that investment goes that I just mentioned and how those resources are invested depends more than anything on predictability, especially for our members who design and plan their infrastructure investments 18 to 24 months in advance. Speaking specifically for New Hampshire, for the last 2 decades, you all have had in place wireless siting policies that fit within the framework that I just talked about. They provide a very clear level of predictability, and they set very clear rules of the road in terms of wireless permitting for both providers and local governments. Very important piece as well. And in no uncertain terms, House Bill 501 would essentially eliminate almost all of those rules. The bill effectively deletes a broad swath of current state law governing wireless permitting, and it would replace it with what are vague, unclear, and likely unlawful language. I want to be a little specific about what I'm talking about here. The bill deletes, these are two examples. The bill deletes a requirement that, quote, carriers should minimize the visual impact of a wireless facility. The bill also deletes a mandate that state law not encroach on, quote, a municipality's zoning and building code enforcement powers. Those are just two examples, and I'm happy to share some others in the Q&A. Finally, it is highly likely that the bill runs afoul of federal law as well. The Federal Communications Act and the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, they are both especially clear, rules from the FCC, are especially clear that states and localities cannot pass laws that would effectively prohibit terms of wireless service. And in practice, that is what this bill does. And so for these reasons, we would urge a no vote on House Bill 501. And I will just add, Madam Chair, I did submit written testimony as well.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall. So with regards to submission of written testimony, do you have copies?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Ms. Susie has that. Thank you for passing that out. And you're willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Yes. Questions for Mr. Crandall? Representative Dolan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Question is, do you have any independent evidence of these towers impacting residents' health concerns?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So speaking to health concerns and health effects, I want to really emphasize what I'm about to share. It is the consensus of both the U.S. and international scientific community that there are no known adverse health effects as a result of the level of radio frequency energy emitted by wireless infrastructure, cell phones, and wireless equipment. The FCC has examined and actively examines this issue in terms of regulation of our infrastructure. The Food and Drug Administration, the World Health Organization, the NIH National Cancer Institute have all found through their studies over the last decade, or approximately over the last decade, that there are no known adverse health effects as it relates to this issue. And so we at CTIA have and will continue to trust and rely on the expert opinion of those organizations that I just mentioned. I will also share that CTIA, we have a website, www.wirelesshealthfacts.org, that expands extensively upon what I just said and provides a significant amount of background information related to those items, Representative.
Further questions? Representative Fracht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crandall, for your testimony. Help me understand, is there any sort of a difference in terms of either intensity or the way that the microwaves propagate between 5G and 4G or 10G that I can buy from Comcast, whatever that is?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So first and foremost, I want to emphasize for you all, I'm not a scientist. I will also add that a following witness is going to focus more on the science related to this issue. But Representative, I do, specific to your question, do need to point back to what I just shared a minute ago, that this issue, and it's an important one, has been looked at by a range of organizations that focus on these items specifically and have come to that conclusion that there are no known adverse health effects.
Additional questions? Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to reconcile in my mind line 17 of the bill, Roman 5, which says municipalities may enact rules and regulations to enforce the provisions of this section, provided that regulations are consistent with state and federal law. So doesn't that bring us, I'm wondering if that line brings us right back to where we were to begin with, and therefore why even have this bill?
I would agree with you, Representative, in terms of our opposition to this bill. But if you don't mind, can I expand a little bit upon that? Yes. So New Hampshire's citing statute is approximately 7 pages. I have it right here in this binder. It is extensive in terms of what it lays out in terms of requirements on us as providers, but also very clear and consistent range of items in terms of responsibilities that local governments can take and impose on us as providers when we want to deploy our equipment. I want to share 2 examples of very important pieces that would be deleted by this bill. Each carrier or its appointed agent doing business or seeking to do business in this state shall comply with all applicable state and municipal land use regulation laws. That will be deleted if this bill were to pass. And then one other item, any person prior to constructing a new tower in any location where no approval is required, but is visible from any other New Hampshire municipality within 20 miles, shall provide written notification of such planned construction to other municipalities within that 20-mile range. Those are 2 examples of items that are in those 7 pages of New Hampshire law right now that would be removed and boiled down to a much smaller package, if you will, that is House Bill 501.
Yes, follow up?
Thank you. So if I understand you correctly, then still would have to comply with state and federal law, but local control would, for all intent and purpose, be completely eliminated.
So I'm not a lawyer, so I'll defer. I want to be careful in answering the last part of your question there. In my opinion, here's what I want to put a fine point on my testimony in answering your question. There is nothing in New Hampshire law right now that, and I want to be very clear in how I'm referring to this. There's nothing in state law right now that prevents a locality from denying a permit for a wireless tower or other equipment, provided that those requirements meet the legal standards. Sorry, let me rephrase that. There's nothing to stop a local government from denying a permit based on the legal standards that they set out in their local ordinance. Now, that local ordinance does need to also comply with state state rules, state regulations, and state laws, federal laws and regulations. But that is no different than any other sector or any other industry that is regulated at the local, the state, and federal level. And so right now in current law, that power exists for local government, and that is why we would strongly urge against making such a substantial change that 501 would do.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, the chair calls Mr. Joe Torelli. Good afternoon and welcome back to Municipal and County Government.
It's been quite a day, a man of many hats. My name is Joe Torelli. I'm in Hampton, New Hampshire, and I am not an expert in this, but I did manage to get synchronous video and audio from 72 countries back to 30 Rock when I worked for NBC News. So I have a little bit of understanding of RF and satellite dishes and microwaves. I also live in Hampton, and we just had, over the last 2 years, a battle with Vertex about putting an oversized tower very close to a runway, our runway in Hampton. And so I actually took it upon myself to go out and navigate. And Representative Fract asked a little bit a while ago about doing a PowerPoint. And I did PowerPoints for the Board of Selectmen that pretty much showed what the alternative is. And what Vertex was saying, I'll hold it up, no viable alternative. I don't know if the camera can see that. So that was the plan that they had and presented to the selectmen. No viable alternative to the zoning board and to the selectmen. Well, I disagree. We have things that are called canisters made by Galtronics that can be limited to LTE, which is 6 gigs and below, versus 5G, which is 30 gigs up to 300 gigs of microwave high frequency. When you go higher frequency, you have shorter distance. When you have lower frequency, you have longer distance. So these canisters, I will do the little animation here and go through it. Transmit, receive, and hand off. It's LTE, lower power, provisioned with specific signal pattern. So patterns can be omnidirectional, cardioid, and ribbon. Okay, so figure 8. So this is the one that's near the tennis court going up from Atlantic Avenue as you're working your way around, I guess it's Church Street. Example of ribbon cable, Willow Avenue it's called in Northampton. So that's one of them. So that one's in a ribbon cable. So this is the bottom of the Galtronics connector. It tells you what the frequencies are that you're plugging in the fiber or whatever it is to do that. And this one is on Atlantic Avenue and Mill Road. I live on Woodland. So Woodland goes straight up. Once I get up to the pond, I have uninterrupted service all the way into Rye because we have several of these. We have 8 of these in our area. And I'm going to skip over to the to my map because I did radians, I did radius, I did all kinds of stuff. So let's scroll up here and I will show you the map. And this doesn't look as good as it would if this was full screen, but that's effectively northern Hampton into southern Northampton. And that's where all of these canisters are mounted at the top of the utility pole. Okay? So I'm showing a 25 quarter mile radius with the little blue marks. And there's not a lot of overlap. It's LTE, longer distance. You provision it with LTE, you boost the power a little bit, and you go to a half a mile. And I don't know if you can see this, but the red crosses over pretty much all of the area. So these have been installed. AT&T is the one that I am pretty sure has done it. I can watch the signal strength go up on my regular phone, watch it drop off as I get closer to the range limitation, and then it picks up again, which is what it's supposed to do, and that's what handoffs do. So I don't want towers. I think 5G is pretty much old already as we get into technology and things are starting to move a little bit faster with what Comcast is doing with their little cylinders that are hanging between the utility poles that are effectively neighborhood Wi-Fi is what they called it in 2013 when they started doing that. So when you drive around, you're going to see like a cylinder hanging from the utility wire, the cable, and a bunch of cables goes in on one side. That's effectively a big Wi-Fi. So I'm going to wrap it up. And I said 4 minutes. I'm at 4:15.
Thank you, Mr. Torelli.
Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Andrew Thatcher. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Thatcher, and I'm here at the request of CTIA, and I am also in opposition to the bill. I just submitted written testimony, but I'd actually like to jump straight to his question and comment and just kind of work through a little bit better exactly what 5G is so we all understand the playing field we're talking about. So, fifth generation evolution, what we're talking about, as opposed to 2G, 4G, or 3G, what have you, covers a number of different frequency bands. 600 megahertz, 800, 2.5 gigahertz, 3.5 gigahertz, 5.5 gigahertz are the lion's share of what 5G is. That's what's being deployed just about everywhere. And those frequencies, as far as biologically, are no different than the 4G and 3G or UHF for that we've used in TV, et cetera. So those frequencies have been around a very, very long time. And fundamentally, biophysically, they're no different than everything that we're used to. So at least in the state of New Hampshire, I think a lot of the concern with 5G, people immediately jump to a higher frequency, the millimeter waves, which can be, at least in use in the US, can be 24, 28 gigahertz, 37, 39 gigahertz. There's some higher frequency bands that are being developed, but they're not in use yet. So 37 gigahertz is about as high as we get. Most of the concern really seems to be about these millimeter waves, the higher frequencies of which usually are only used in high density population districts like Boston or New York or something like that is where you're going to see those. There's a possibility in New Hampshire, I would say, so I would never rule it out, but maybe in a big university, you might want a little bit of that in the campus because you've just got too many people. But by and large, most of that, as the gentleman before me had mentioned, is handled by the small cells that's typically done. And they do use 5G, but it could be, for AT&T, it's going to be like 3.5 gigahertz. I mean, Wi-Fi networks, even in my own house, use 2.4 and 5.5 gigahertz. So these are not frequencies that we're not unfamiliar with. Going to the 5G millimeter wave, just talking about the physics for that, those antennas are amazingly tiny. So you may have an antenna panel that's about this big, and it could have 128 antennas on there that are all about that big. They put out about 1/10 of a watt, so diminishingly small energy, only because, as opposed to a traditional antenna, which is just broadcasting uniformly, you get one if you're in use and you're using a phone, that antenna would be directed toward you and you only. So if there was someone right next to you, okay, they might get an exposure, but it's exceedingly small. But if any further distance away, you're not getting any exposure at all. So from someone who does measurements and does analysis for a living from all of the antennas, be it rooftops or what have you, the 5G millimeter wave contribution is diminishingly small. So we've got very little power from those millimeter waves. The attenuation, because the frequency is so high, it actually doesn't penetrate the outer layer of the skin. That's it. So we're worried about, or people are worried about, gosh, I'm worried about adverse health effects. And I will admit, there's not a ton of information or science on studies on the higher millimeter waves. There's quite a bit, but not as much as what we have for everything else. But from a physics standpoint, there really is no reason for us to think that there could be a mechanism for which harm could happen, because we're limited to the skin and the eyes for those. And the basis of the standards is limiting tissue heating. And the heating over the last 70 years is the only known mechanism of harm. It's just pure energy. Where and how you modulate a 5G or 4G signal or something really doesn't matter to the cellular level because it's just pure physics. It's just pure energy. So as opposed to jumping further into it, I just was kind of trying to lay out the groundwork for what 5G, why millimeter waves. I mean, they're new, but I mean, in the big picture in the 70s, I can remember that microwave ovens, holy cow, we're putting cancer boxes in our kitchens. And no one believes that anymore. In the 90s and early 2000s, I was RF expert for the state of Washington for 20 years. The big concern, of course, was these could cause cancer. But as a physicist, that was pretty easy to find out. But we have a tremendous amount of information to now show that, of course, it doesn't cause cancer. And we have the human studies to back that up. And I'm done, I guess. So I'll open up for questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. Questions for the speaker? Oh, Representative Frocht has a question. Raise your hand higher, not just a finger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thatcher, my question may be a little out of your area of expertise, but I'm intrigued what the previous speaker, Mr. Torelli, informed us about these cans on utility poles as an alternative to towers. Now, in my town, a couple of years ago, we permitted a tower for, it was either 3 or 4 different carriers. My question is, do these cans have the ability to carry signals for multiple carriers, or are they limited to single carriers?
That's a great question. Typically, and I work for a lot of utilities for implementation of these, because you can imagine they're on light poles or power poles or what have you. By a general rule, most utilities limit 1 carrier per pole. So if you want to do small cells, is what they're called, in a different neighborhood, pick a different pole. So typically speaking, you're only going to have, and if there's 1 antenna or 1 canister, that can only be 1 carrier because they're broadcasting out on their allowed channels. So you'd have to have another antenna and there would be a little bit of separation. But generally speaking, for small cells, it's 1 for 1 because there's plenty of lights or there's plenty of power poles. You can go somewhere else. So does that answer?
It does. I have a follow-up,
Follow-up,
if Madam
yes.
Chair will allow.
Yes, I'll allow.
Can you compare the cost of a rural deployment of service in a hypothetical, let's say, 10-mile square area using a single tower versus these cans? Which is more cost-effective?
I'm definitely not the cost person, but basically it comes down to efficiency. If you have 1 tower for this large area, there's only so many callers it can handle, so much data it can handle. So they end up having to deploy more areas locally in order to cover, to make sure we get the coverage. As Jeremy mentioned, the use is going up quite a bit. So typically that's what's going on. And as far as exposures go, I mean, I've been doing surveys since the 90s, and the background, radio frequency background, basically really hasn't changed since the 80s or 90s. It basically stays the same. As we get more densification, the power levels and overall background tends to go down because they can't broadcast that further than just the area they're trying to cover. Otherwise, they lose efficiencies in the design.
Further questions? Representative Dolan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is into your expertise of physics and / electronics. Oftentimes, communities get a tower, and the fire department says, "Hey, can I put my antenna on the tower?" and then the police department says, oh, I want to put one up too. And then you've got different technologies probably at different frequencies. Can you comment on any stacking of frequencies or
Right.
or
I do a lot of that work actually for the utilities, fire departments, et cetera. So I'm very familiar. In fact, I've got 2 on my desk doing projects, towers that include everybody. Typically, the fire department, police stations, et cetera, are using more like a 400 megahertz or 500 megahertz. That's typically a frequency you're going to use if we're using, like you say, push to talk or handheld walkie-talkie or something like that. That's typically common. All of the antennas, I don't care who makes them, are required to go through FCC verification and validation. And that is to make sure that if this is your bandwidth, 10 to 15 megahertz or whatever it is, you don't exceed that. You don't spill over into something else. So yes, they can all, I do towers where there's 8 or 10 different sites on it if it's big enough. And they'll have a lot of different carriers and a lot of different uses. Typically speaking, those fire departments or the police and radio, et cetera, don't have a lot of, the duty cycle's much smaller, meaning you're not having constant transmission, you're having individual intermittent, so it tends to not be 100% transmission. So, you bet.
Further questions? I had a quick question. So
Yes.
with regards to the 5G millimeter wavelengths, you, in your testimony, stated that there's no evidence that it causes heating of the skin. And
I don't think I said
oh,
that.
no.
I said that's the basis of the standard is the tissue heating. So
Okay.
as long as we're less than the limits, we won't cause that tissue heating. So
Okay, so what I was trying to understand, so I misunderstood what you had said, but what I was trying to understand is, do we know if there's any evidence that that there's at the cellular level with regards to bonds, like for example, DNA, RNA, can the electromagnetic energy affect those bonds at that very small cellular level of
thank you
of
for that question. I probably meant to mention that, and that here in front of you, I forget. So ultraviolet light, about 10 electron volts, is the minimum energy necessary to cause DNA strand breakage or damage. Everybody knows about skin cancer, et cetera, really what's going on in a DNA strand. Following an exposure, you can get a stickiness, and you could have a thing called like a thymine dimer where 2 strands would stick together, and if you're trying to replicate, well, you could have a misreplication. So that's really the minimum energy by which this genetic damage that you speak of could happen. These millimeter wave, we're about 100,000 times less than that. So I don't care how much power you're using, you're not going to cause genetic damage. What you could do, especially if it's a millimeter wave and it were high enough intensity, you could get an erythema, a skin reddening, right? Your skin got hot or something because of an intense exposure. But again, we're nowhere near the proximity, and I do a lot of rooftop work, so that's predominantly where I am. But you're just, as long as we're less than those standards, we're not going to even get an erythema because that would be a really high exposure, to be honest with you. But even then, move your hand away, back away for a few minutes, and your blood flow and radiative heat loss will dissipate that energy. Does
Thank
that
you.
help?
Yes, it did. Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Miss Brittany Bernardo. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. My name is Brittany DiBernardo, and I'm a resident of Franklin, New Hampshire. And I would like to talk about the harms of the 5G in our community. The New Hampshire 5G report that was funded by New Hampshire tax dollars nearly 5 years ago was a breaking document, and I support HB 501 because I believe for the sake of New Hampshire's public health and environment, we need to revisit that document and execute its recommendations. Currently, under RSA 12-K10 IV, it states that an authority may not mandate, require, or regulate the installation, location, or use of personal wireless service facilities. This term is outlined in RSA 12K and includes both standalone 5G towers as well as those placed on utility poles. This is a massive oversight and encourages the telecom industry to install these personal wireless service facilities on utility poles where there is no permit or public discourse required prior to their placement. It is imperative that authority is restored to municipal governments and to the people of New Hampshire, whether to accept the risks outlined in the 5G report or stand up and decline personal wireless services facilities in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. D. Bernardo. Are you willing to take questions?
At this time, I have someone with me, Josie, who is much better at answering those questions.
Okay, thank you. So next, the chair recognizes Mr. Rick Fabrizio. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon as well, Chair Power, Vice Chair McDonald, and members of the committee. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am Rick Fabrizio, Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Affairs for the Business and Industry Association. We are New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce and leading nonpartisan business advocate. BIA opposes House Bill 501, and we led efforts to defeat flawed bills the last 3 years that sought to unreasonably restrict wireless telecommunications in New Hampshire because it's critical to residents, businesses, first responders, and the state economy. Allowing municipalities to decline 5G towers would increase the risk of running afoul of the Federal Telecommunications Act, specifically Section 704, in multiple areas. HB 501 would also repeal the New Hampshire law RSA 12K regarding personal wireless service facilities. This law promotes smaller alternatives to the taller cellular towers, and it's critical ensuring first responders are able to co-locate antennas on towers for wireless emergency communications. Municipalities already have significant ability to site personal wireless facilities and towers permitted by the Telecommunications Act. HB 501 even states that decisions to deny 5G wireless facilities shall be made in accordance with state and federal law and regulations. Now, HB 501 is also at odds with the state policy to facilitate the provision of broadband and advanced personal wireless services, and also to promote its access to residents, students, government agencies, and businesses, given the critical importance to the economy and everyday life nowadays. The constant in the opposition to the bills the last now 4 years has been the allegations that 5G causes health effects. As has been pointed out, electromagnetic radio frequency waves are non-ionizing, meaning they don't have the energy to damage DNA or cause direct tissue damage. I have included in my written testimony a long list of state and health agencies that do not support allegations of causation of health effects by 5G and other telecommunications, wireless telecommunications. In conclusion, we ask the committee to find HB 501 inexpedient to legislate, and I'm happy to take any questions and try to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabrizio. Are there questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Ms. Josie Kumandala. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for having me and hearing my testimony. My name is Josie Kumandala, and I live in Dover, New Hampshire. My interest in this bill is derived from my experience with the city of Manchester, where I lived for the past 2 years. Last year, I contacted Manchester's zoning, health, and planning departments about a small wireless communications facility installed near my home in a public right-of-way. The city denied having any knowledge of the tower because they do not regulate or even keep track of the locations of any antenna employed in the public right-of-way. I believe Representative Kelly provided a photo of a small one. This is the one near my home on Woodbury Street in New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire. And the reason that the city told me that they couldn't track or even document or do anything about these facilities is RSA 12K. The law, as it's currently written, states that carriers wishing to build personal wireless service facilities in New Hampshire should consider commercially available alternative PWSFs, that's personal wireless service facility, over tall cell towers. And further down in 12K 10 section 4, it also says that notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this chapter, an authority may not mandate, require, or regulate the installation, location, or use of PWSFs on utility poles. So that is why I'm here. This is the aggravation that I've personally dealt with in dealing with my city's zoning officials. So I'm here to tell you that whether a wireless facility is on a utility pole or it's 60 feet in the air, it's still emitting microwave radiation, and they should be regulated in the same way. 12K is trying to address the aesthetic objections, the view impairments that tall cell towers represent. And I understand that many residents in small towns don't like seeing cell towers in their vistas. But my personal objection has to do with the fact, which is detailed in the 5G report, that non-ionizing radiation is an uninsurable pollutant, and the entire insurance industry is hedging against 5G. This was all detailed in the 5G report in 2020. And since that time, the FCC has been sued under Environmental Health Trust versus FCC in 2021. And the federal judge declared that the FCC's standards were capricious and arbitrary in terms of their exposure guidelines for microwave radiation. So for these reasons, and because the New Hampshire State Legislature has already established a 5G commission, and their investigation concluded that there is sufficient evidence of biological and environmental effects from these antennae, that this legislature should remove or amend their laws, and they have not done that since the establishment of the 5G commission. Now, if the state does not wish to be active on the topic of microwave radiation regulation, then they should leave the matter to local constituents and health and planning boards. That's my position. This bill does not in any way overrule federal policy or take away anyone's right to access services or for providers to meet the demand for services. There are already ample cell towers throughout the state. Nashua and Manchester are headlong in the deployment of these small wireless facilities. But unlike residents of smaller towns who might have an objection to a cell tower in their view, if you are a resident of a place like Manchester or Nashua or Hampton, where the small wireless towers are being deployed, you have no means, either by planning board, selectmen, zoning, health department, none of those regulatory bodies can address your issues, even though the state has admitted that the harms and hazards exist in the 5G report. So for that reason, I'm asking the committee to review the 5G report and to begin to implement some of its recommendations, of which HB 501 is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
I am.
Questions for the speaker? Oh, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Henry Veilleux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crandall, Thatcher, and Fabrizio covered a lot of things I was going to say, so I will just submit the written testimony in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Eric Power. Good afternoon and welcome back to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, representing myself and in favor of House Bill 501. As I mentioned previously, I serve on the planning board in Brookline, been serving on it since 2021, going into my 5th year. I also am a electrical engineer. I have a background in RF, a background in electronic warfare for over 3 decades. I have a bachelor's degree from Worcester Polytechnic Institute in electrical engineering, and also a master's degree in electrical engineering from Northeastern University. I am a senior member of the Institute for Electronics and Electrical Engineers, the IEEE. So I've had a lot of experience with RF, and it's definitely something that you have to consider that we don't know all the answers right now. 5G, by its nature, if you go back to physics, the very path loss formula for physics shows that the path loss, that means how much the signal attenuates, is an inversely proportional to the square of the frequency. So the higher you go in frequency, at the square of that, you're going down in power. So if you need to keep communications and you're going up higher in frequency, what do you think you have to do with the power? You have to go up a lot to actually establish that. Now, some modulation and some coding can definitely take care of that. And, but, you know, the proliferation of these without, putting my planning board hat back on, being able not to be able to say or have anything to do with these personal wireless facilities being put in on right of ways, I think is wrong. The 5G Commission talked about that. RSA 12K lets you do that now. And I think that this bill is a good bill to help bring that local control back. We have a lot of money and a lot of business interest here. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the residents of my town and the residents of the state to do the right thing and make sure that we have local control and that we understand what's going on. Right now, we do not have the millimeter wave 5G deployed here much in New Hampshire, but that is going to be coming if you don't take action. And we do not know what's going to happen. For those that aren't aware, microwave ovens run at 2.4 gigahertz. That's where you cook your food. So, you know, keep that in mind. It has higher power levels, but we use microwaves to cook food, and you know what it does to food. It heats it up and it cooks it, right? So the other thing I'd like to mention is there's going to be a tendency to go to these higher carriers because at higher carriers you have higher bandwidth, and at higher bandwidth you have more capacity. So the market is going to drive the adoption of these higher gigahertz level, 30 gigahertz and above standards, and they're not here yet, but we have a chance to do things the right way with having local control. And if this bill was to pass, in my role on the planning board, I would be able to use my technical knowledge along with the local control that we have to make intelligent decisions on these wireless facilities before it's too late and they proliferate everywhere. You've heard from prior speakers that it's already starting to roll out in Manchester and in Nashville and maybe in some other urban areas. This is the time to pull back the reins on this a little bit and to pass House Bill 501 in order to make reasonable control. And if you look at paragraphs 4 and 5 of the bill, it says we cannot do anything that violates state or federal regulation. So we're not going to be able to do anything we can't do by federal law. So we're going to be bound by that. So I think it has the safeguards that we need, and I hope that you find it ought to pass. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, the last pink card that I have is the Honorable Jason Gerhardt. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thank you, committee. I don't want to be disrespectful, but the honorable title thing, I just shy away from it. It gets kind of weird to me. So, but I do thank you for that. And I'm here today to speak about a bill that I think is very important. I brought a bill last year to implement the recommendations from the 5G commission that was instituted in 2020 that we already mentioned. But a lot of time and energy has gone into this issue. New Hampshire was the first state, and if you look up 5G effects and dangers and so forth online, that comes up everywhere. And I do believe that New Hampshire, again, has to take the lead and start really addressing an issue that we haven't looked at since 1996. So let me explain. Now, I just want to set the scene here. 1996, Independence Day was a movie in the theaters. Twister, really garbage movie. But among also the, what do we have? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought with that. Twister was such a bad movie. But the FCC has not changed their wireless radiation human exposure limits since 1996, despite a court case, the 2021 U.S. Court of Appeals for District of Columbia judgment in Environmental Health Trust et al. Versus the FCC found that the FCC's refusal to update its 1996 limits to be, quote, arbitrary and capricious, end quote, because it ignored the science on children's vulnerability, on long-term exposure, on non-cancer impacts such as damage to memory and sperm, on environmental impacts, birds, bees, trees, etc., and the hundreds of testimonies submitted by people reporting injuries. Now, this is from an article from Environmental Health Trust, which is a great website, has a lot of good data, infographics. You can kind of just, for somebody like me with ADD, helps you kind of just, keep busy and find out what's going on. But this is also mentioning the Ohio lawmakers that wrote letters to the FCC saying, hey, we want to know what these new limits are. 1996 was a long time ago. I was 11 years old. A lot has changed. Cell phones were not nearly as ubiquitous as they are today, and a lot of other technology. Along with the governor of Wyoming in 2022, there's a ton of people that submitted letters to the FCC and so forth, but we haven't gotten anywhere. Now, hopefully with the new Make America Healthy Again movement, I'm hoping that does occur, but I think we also need to take that at the local level, and this is what this does. You're simply saying local entities do what you wish according to the wishes of your will of your constituents, who, to be quite honest with you, I think people in general know the truth better than certain people who are not able to devote as much time to this subject and other things. So for instance, the committee, you guys are tired, it's a long day, it's almost coming on 5 o'clock. How many people are really going to, do a little extra credit or homework tonight and look into this? And I don't blame you. I didn't do much myself. But I do know on ED&A that I served last term, every year, apparently every 2 years, the fire codes, Representative Dolan knows, the fire codes get updated, the building codes get updated. They were trying to push some new environmental, increasing the insulation on houses, drive up the cost further. But that stuff happens every other year. We have to do it. I still don't understand why we have to do it, because the fire marshal for the state admitted that there's no real proof that the fire code actually, there's no metric to show that it's saving lives or affecting anything. It's just something we do because everybody's doing it. So I would say that, since 1996, maybe this is something we should be doing at the state level. We did with the 5G Commission. So I'm encouraging you to support this legislation, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of what's going on. And I just want to let you know that I just happened to glance at my mailbox. Usually I throw away all this stuff, but from a former speaker, his organization put out the legislative report of 2024, and I just looked at it on the cover because it mentioned 5G bill killed again. But in that article, a little fluff piece. Anyway, various polls consistently show New Hampshire residents support mobile wireless upgrades in their community, including small cell antennas, which are essential for 5G deployment right outside their bedroom windows. I didn't say that. But the point is, why do we have 100 people plus in support of this bill? And I believe it was like 15 to 20. Maybe you guys will mention that at the end. I don't think people are in support of this as much as the industry paid lobbyists are trying to tell us. And I think we have serious problems, and we need to look at it and trust people that the 5G Commission, just look at the report. 600 pages, but just look at the recommendations. A lot of effort went in, and I really think we should move on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhard. Are there questions? Representative Elward is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Do you think average members of planning boards have the technical background, education experience to regulate this industry?
I would argue that planning boards and everything in that realm of central planning reminds me of some kind of weird Stalin-esque dystopian nightmare. And I'm not really a big fan of that. What I'm disappointed in, just very off that, what I'm disappointed in is that the average person does not really have any way to stop, let's say, a small cell antenna outside their bedroom window in a city. So that's all I got to say.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. So that was the last pink card that we have. And Vice Chairman McDonald will report out the blue sheet. I think I'm a little tired.
Okay, in today's blue sheet, we have 1 for the bill and 5 against.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 501 FN. So that concludes our publicly noticed business for today. Before we adjourn, I have a few afternoon announcements. So the committee will meet on Monday, March 3rd for hearings and executive sessions that has been scheduled. Please plan for a House session to be held on Thursday, March 6th. Additionally, please hold open Monday, March 10th for executive sessions only. This date will become official once it's been scheduled and publicly noticed. Are there any questions? No? What? Third House session on Thursday, March 6th. Yeah. Okay, so Representative Franz.
Are we having hearings on Monday as well? I only have executive session.
So that's been scheduled and publicly noticed, and yes, there are hearings in the morning on the remaining bills that have been referred to this committee. And following that, after lunch, we will be holding executive sessions on several bills. So it's both. Yeah. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you and have a great weekend.